Good morning, guys. Can I just get a mic check? Make sure everyone can hear me okay. Beautiful, thank you, thank you. Alright, so here we have the S&P 500 spiking to a new intraday pre-market high, 598. It's actually ripping off of that initial job loss claims number. The number did come in higher than expected by about 9,000, 247,000 initial job loss claims. And what is that doing? That is lowering yields in the near term. So we're still getting a pretty balanced sell-off in the 10 and 2. The spread is widening slightly, but again, we're still in an environment where the spread widening is not taking off to the extremes. It's still in an area that stocks can rally. So I remain bullish. Mic check, thank you, Anonymous. So I absolutely remain bullish on this market. So overall, obviously we took a few positions yesterday on the long side of the market. I am still holding my Tesla swing and day trade. Obviously my average is down right now. I'm sitting at 333.26 on my day trade, but nevertheless it is under pressure today. It's actually underperforming the market in quite a substantial way. It's down by about 2.72%. Pretty much the rest of everything is green. Now, I expect Tesla to firm up into the session. The question is, maybe it wants to test 319 Pierce. You have that weekly 7 moving average sitting around 319.75. You also have a major Fibonacci 618 retrace of the entire larger move sitting around, what is that, 318.70-ish. So I'm looking to add to my Tesla. We'll see at the open, but I am looking to take my final day trade entry on that name. Just scrolling through the tape here, we will discuss a few other tradable names today. Obviously natural gas is pumping to the high side. Bitcoin's up 1%. Silver's absolutely ripping today. Remember, some of our positions, the names of AI are starting to perk back up. CoreWeave, that's a nice little short that we took yesterday with member alerts. We took some put options on CoreWeave. That one is under a little bit of pressure. I like to see that. That's been one of the strongest stocks in the market. And market is green today, the S&P gapping up, and it's definitely under pressure. So I still think CoreWeave is just basically, let me bring it up here on the larger chart so it's easier to see for everyone. But CoreWeave here, I mean, we're trading at 153. We're down by about 10 points from yesterday's close. You know, I'm looking for a minimum retrace to 135.94. That's your first Fibonacci retrace of the entire CoreWeave move, around 135.20-ish. If you expand it to the weekly chart of CRWV, CoreWeave, I mean, this last weekly candle is just immense. You have pretty much a low tick around the 114 area, all the way to 166. So if we were to retrace this whole weekly demand candle on CoreWeave, that would take us back down to about 114. And that's kind of correlates to where a 382 Fibonacci level is sitting. So I still think there's quite a bit of downside in that particular name. SPY, we have to still lean bullish on SPY. You had a really healthy consolidated inside day yesterday, and we could be on our way for a significant push to the upside. So just be mindful of that. We do have a little bit more data coming out today. Realistically, I don't think it's going to be too market moving, but the Atlanta Fed GDP comes out at 1 o'clock. Consensus is 4.6%. So if we run into a scenario here where GDP falls in the afternoon on consensus, that might lower yields a little bit more, and we could potentially So we could potentially see yields drop even more, which in my opinion would help elevate the stock market a little bit more today. So Tesla obviously on watch for a final ad. FSLR is looking very well. Let's look at SMCI. That one's shaking and moving this morning, looking for a continuation surge. I still think that name's going to be very, very strong today. NVDA still taking a bit of a breather, which is actually very healthy. ECB President Lagarde talking. Is it Lagarde? Yep, Christine Lagarde talking about inflation. Thank you, JP. So you can see SPY has had a pretty high spike all the way into that 600 level. Almost touching 600 on SPY. You all know we are long and strong. SPY still net long accumulating in this market. We are looking for further upside. I still think SPY 600 calls should hit there. We have plenty of time on those contracts. Apple again is trying to perk up. Apple's breaking out here, still trading near the highs of its pre-market high session. That's very, very strong for Apple. NVIDIA trying to spike higher. Obviously Tesla is under pressure. Let's look at Google. Google itself is not looking too bad. It's trying to recapture some of its 7-day moving averages. Looking like it wants to trend higher in itself. The outperformance, guys, is clearly observed in SOXX. So semiconductors are really, really leading the charge to the upside. We are still seeing strength being accumulated in semis, and there's a clear bull flag that is broken out in SOXX. You broke out on the June 3rd candle Tuesday. You confirmed it yesterday, and now you're looking for follow through. The only hindrance is you are into a bit of a wide range red bar resistance on SOXX, but this is maybe where we might get some extra broad participation in some of these names. All right. So I'm just going to go through a couple potential volatility day trading movers. We have MDB, MongoDB reported earnings. I repeat, MongoDB reported earnings. So that's gapping up immensely, and that's into its massive gap window. So gap fill sits around that 264 and change level. So it does appear like it's probably going to be heading to that gap. Whether or not it hits it today, I doubt it. But just be mindful, this is a strong name trying to break a bearish trend. We are blasting through the 382 Fibonacci retrace. So that's a very, very good sign for MDB. There is some resistance here though. If you narrow in that Fibonacci, there's resistance here at 240. We have this pivot zone here. But let's give it the benefit of the doubt. MDB could be heading to about 255, 256. That's a pretty big level. Let's see how elevated we are. Still trading near the highs of its session. Very interesting. So I'm not really going to chase that one long unless we get some sort of a significant dip on MDB. But I would consider a short on MDB. I would definitely consider a short. It's aggressive shorting into the 248 level if we get up there. 248 I would call it. maybe 247.50. If you're conservative, you wait for about 256, and then obviously you have that gap fill as resistance. But it's a bit of a stretch. I don't know if it's going to hit gap fill today. I mean, it's up already 18%. If it were to hit its gap, it would have to be 33%. I doubt that's going to happen, so I'm going to look for a short on MDB around 248, and then having room to add into the 255 zone if need be. Alright, ticker FIVE is also a pre-market mover. It might be a little thin. Average volume is enough. This one's also gapping up. Let's see if we have any sort of resistance. So we have a wide range red bar breakdown on ticker 5, FIVE. Let's see what type of a retrace this is. You're blasting through the 50% Fibonacci retrace. You have a little bit of resistance here. So I'd consider a short around 144, 145 on this name. 6.67 billion market cap, average 30-day volume 2.19 million. Yeah, it's got enough. It's got enough volume behind it. OAR. A little bit smaller of a name. Scrolling through your ticker Wolf, WOLF. What's happening with that? Seeing some slight volume increase, 375,000 shares in the pre-market here. Not too bad. That one might be looking ready to break out of these high pivots and trend. I see ticker Wolf potentially wanting to curl to the upside. This one could run all the way up to about 208 if the markets remain firm. So it's a very risky stock. A lot of negative news around ticker WOLF. But there is a potential about a 20% swing to the upside that could occur. We could see a move into the $2 zone. So I'll keep that name on watch. I also have SMG, Scott's Miracle Grow. Let's take a look at that. SMG trying to potentially break out of an inverse head and shoulders here. Nice little gap up today. Definitely looking fairly strong. But really no trade there for me. Let's look at some of the laggers today. Charge point getting hit to the downside, CHPT. A nice little gap down on charge point. Charge point had earnings yesterday under pressure. Revenue of 98 million, 9% drop from last year. Subscription revenue rose to 14% to 38 million. Okay. Surprisingly, I mean, you are hitting some minor support on the daily chart of CHPT. There will be a substantial amount of volume on it. Let me just do a little bit of work. So again, we're backtesting the daily 7 moving average on CHPT. I might consider a bit of a swing long on this name, or a day trade bounce, I should say. ticker CHPT. Just seeing if we have any confluence. I would look for a potential on CHPT, a scalp long. Starter position around 70 cents. There is some support here around that 75, 74.55. Let me see what the pre-market low was. So yeah, we're holding above that pre-market low, so let's just mark that on our chart real quick. So around 72.50 is where that pre-market low hit. So we could hit 70 cents. I would consider starting into a position there on CHPT, just a day trade scalp long. We'll keep that ticker on watch. It's got a little bit of ways to go. What else do we got? Gapping down, ticker BF.B. Brown Forman Corp. Not too familiar with that ticker, but we'll take a peek at it. BF.B. So this is having a pretty substantial gap down, ticker BF.B. Brown Forman Inc. It is an earnings play that's gapping down. It's down about by 18% on the session. Let's see if I have a level for us. Just give me a little bit of time with this one. So you can see it is trading near the lows of its session. Market cap 15.68 billion. Average 30-day volume is 2.5 million. You're trading about 7.2 million already. So it's got plenty of volume behind it today. Decent sized market cap for us to trade. You are triggering a pretty bearish bear flag pattern on the weekly. The ultimate downside I have is looking like 23.26. Simply, if you look at this weekly chart, that's a nice looking bear flag. You got kind of the bearish crossover. Doesn't mean we can't scalp something. It's making a outsized move. So again, this is the ultimate downside around 22.96 according to this Fibonacci bear flag. So we'll have to see if that wants to play out to the downside. You do have some minor support here at 26.33. Alright, let's erase that bear flag. I want to see what type of a divergence we're doing. So it's gonna open up with a nice weekly positive divergence on ticker BF.B. So I want to see how this name opens, but we could get a day trade scalp long on this particular ticker. It's a high risk play, earnings, but it does have a tendency to move pretty sharply there, pretty sharply. Alright, so I'm just making a note here on my levels so that we don't miss anything. And you are trading back into 2013 levels. This is a consumer non-durable company, beverage, alcoholic. Interesting. Just want to go to the monthly chart on my other screen here, just to see if there's any additional areas of opportunity. Just give me a second with this name. So take a look at this monthly chart level on BF.B. All right. We're going to the monthly chart. You can see it's been a while since we traded down here, since 2013. But if we just simply throw on a fib retrace tool from that low pivot, and let me just make sure that we get the most accurate level. So again, this is monthly chart demand. You can clearly see maybe we want to hit this the 786 monthly Fibonacci retrace from your low pivot in 2009 after your GFC crisis all the way to your high pivot, your COVID high pivot. So that's a big area. 2523 is a very, very big area. You should find some support there. So I'd consider going long some day trade shares if we were to flush into that zone. So that means it's still quite a ways away, about 7.5%. It's certainly doable though. In the open market, it's certainly doable. So 25, 23, 25, 25. Keep that area on watch. That is a long scalp opportunity. I'm just making a note. All right, let's keep scrolling along here. We have Ecolab seeing a little bit of pressure. PVH Corp. Let's look at PVH. So PVH gapping down on earnings as well. Earnings were a double beat. Obviously, they probably gave some guidance. PVH parent company Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger has reduced its full-year profit outlook due to rising costs. So there you go. Guidance was terrible due to rising costs associated with tariffs. This is the parent company of Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. So it is gapping down here quite sharply. You are into an initial gap fill here on the daily chart. The question is that enough? I don't think so. This one's probably going to overshoot. 3.88 billion market cap. Average volume is 1.24 billion over the 30-day period. We're trading around 2.5 million shares, a little bit more. So I think we could get a scalp long. And this one's probably going to make new lows on the session. But let me just erase all these drawings. Take a look at this weekly chart trend line of support. This is probably ultimately where it's going. JP is saying ECB cuts rates to help their economy withstand tariff news. Thank you very much. I appreciate that news. Is that spiking anything across the board here? Still holding positive. So PVH, there's a clear trend line of support through these 3 weekly pivot lows. Pivot low, pivot low, pivot low. Very, very healthy trend line of support there. Again, you're breaking down on the weekly chart, testing that low weekly demand. This is very troublesome for this particular name. There is some minor support here, but it's a very aggressive stock to trade because it is under a lot of pressure. You're hitting a 618 Fibonacci retrace right now. 618 around that $70 level. But I don't even like it there. What is that down? Right now it's down about 12%. I'd consider taking a stab at this one if we, depending on how we open and what type of price action we get off the open, I'd consider around 68 bucks. I wanted to fill that gap at the minimum. Around 68, 65, maybe even a pierce of that liquidity gap. So it's a daily chart level. Around 68, 63. Alright, we'll see how that one opens up. We got JB Hunt, JBHT also under a bit of pressure this morning. Let's see. Down slightly, nothing crazy there. Nothing crazy. Let's run through some of the fan favorites. If there's any tickers you guys want me to quickly look at before we open here. Let's look at Hood, HOOD. That one's gapping up again. Ooh, I do like this one for a short, guys. Hood again for a short. Very, very nice. That's very intriguing to me. HOOD. It's risky since the indices are holding some strength. But if Hood can retest the 74 Pierce level, 74.76, I'd consider a short, guys. Definitely opening up a short on Hood if we get any sort of a move to that 74.73 zone. 74.74. I like that a lot. I like that a lot, guys. So Hood, that's actually an A+ setup for me. Very extended. 74.73 short. This is a day trade. I'm going to watch that one. Alright, let's look at Palantir, PLTR. That one's under a little bit of pressure. Bearish cross on the 7 and 20 on the hourly chart. Definitely some mixed price action. Still holding above its previous high pivot, so the stock is still bullish on the larger term time frames. Let's look at NVIDIA, NVDA. That one looks like it potentially could break out to another new high and probably test this 148 level. Alright, so that is looking very, very strong. So I'm keeping Hood up on my other screen. What else can we look at here? Let's look at AMD, Broadcom. That one's looking strong. AMD, AVGO. That's looking fairly strong. XYZ. Yep, XYZ pushing for another new high. Definitely still a strong stock. Looking like it's probably going to keep trending here. So I still like XYZ. I still remain bullish. It's still one of my bullish setups. It's looking like it's probably going to retest. It could have a pullback into your 7-day moving average sitting around 62.40-ish. But I still like this particular chart. It's still very strong in an uptrend. Especially that weekly chart, you're getting that curling price action of the 7-week moving average, so it's nice. There's a bit of resistance here off of this breakdown, gap fill, high pivot, but I think we can eat through that, especially if the markets remain firm. So I like it a lot. I do like it. Alright, so we'll keep the S&P 500 up here. We have 9 minutes. I'm just going to keep scrolling through a few more other opportunities, see if there's any levels. But realistically, it's looking like I'm looking at a Hood short, a BF.P long, and I'm looking at accumulating more Tesla. Alright? But I'll keep SPY and Tesla up when the market opens. For the viewers here, you can see SPY is still having a nice little gap up. A lot of traders are looking at this potential head and shoulders. So a lot of traders got net short at the close yesterday on the precipice of this head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. And if you piled in now and you're seeing this gap up, you know, that's almost a $2 gap up. The pre-market high, we spiked to about almost 600. You're now going to look to probably cover some of those shorts. So we could just have a, I don't like to chase gap ups on the indices, but I think we're in an environment just based off of how we closed yesterday. I think we could actually see this market just push as traders now have to cover those shorts, those late day shorts that happened yesterday. You know, typically you like to fade gap ups. The old gap and crack strategy works out like a charm in most scenarios, but it's just one of those things that you got to be mindful that the markets closed pretty poorly yesterday, and now we're gapping up. So it does look like we have some momentum behind us to push. SMCI and AI you want to look at as well? Sure. We'll take a look at SMCI. I'm still holding some calls on SMCI. We bought that hourly chart back test yesterday. SMCI is still looking bullish, still strong. I still think we're going to push to 47 bucks. This is a nice hourly chart bull flag. You could argue it's potentially also a inverse head and shoulders forming, but I prefer the bull flag setup a little bit more. You're just running into a bit of resistance here on SMCI. Wide range red bar breakdown from May 21st, high pivot reversal candle from May 29th, and you just need to eat through some of this volume. 4-hour chart, yesterday you did get the 4-hour bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average. You're getting a nice upsloping ascent in both the key 7 and 20. They're very narrow here, the 7 and 20 daily moving average. When those moving averages start to narrow and converge on each other, it's just coiling, building a momentum as seen by this consolidation pattern. I still think we're likely going to head higher. Market's still looking exceptionally bullish. All right, let's look at AI. AI, yes, another little attempt at making a high. Probably AI is going to fill this gap today around 26, what is that, 2660, 2655. So AI is still looking strong. I still have it priced in that AI is going to go back to the highs. You know, we're riding obviously long dated calls. The level you want to see maintained above AI is this upsloping trend line, pivot high to pivot high. That sits right below that 7-day moving average, around 25 bucks, call it. You want to maintain that price structure. But AI, again, another bullish setup. You take a look at what's happening on the weekly. You're almost getting that weekly bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. I like that setup a lot. And if there's any other charts, guys, just feel free to put them in. No, selling yet, JP, but I'm holding calls as well. We took profits on the, what were we running? $25 calls off that earnings pop. And then I did the strategy of rolling out the profits into a farther date and higher strike. So I'm now riding the $30 calls. And that takes us back to this pivot high. Oh, just doing a big stretch before this market opens. All right, ready for showtime here. Gotta stay caffeinated. All right, so I'm watching Hood for a short. I do like Hood for a big time short. And then if any other tickers set up, again, we're all going to scan the markets as a collective. I'm looking for longs, I'm looking for shorts. The indices are still holding steady. So remember, the spike high in the pre-market on SPY was just below 600. Odds are we might want to test that again. So Tesla's pre-market low around 320.36. Again, I am looking to add to that particular position. It's about to open here. Indices are set for a nice little gap up. Again, I'm looking at a hood short, HOOD. Looking at accumulating a little bit more Tesla down in this range. Just want to see how it opens up. SPY, let's see if SPY can test that 600 pivot like it did in pre-market. I'm also looking at this BF.B, and we'll see if any other tickers pique our interest. Markets are open. Here we go. Hood, come on, push up to 74 Pierce. 74.70. I like Hood for a short. It is coming in a little bit here. Tesla's trying to get bought up. SPY still seeing a bit of distribution here. Let's flip to the 1 minute candle on SPY. We'll see how it works out. Tesla's catching a nice bid. SPY's still pushing. NVDA 0.85%. Apple slightly green. Hood still trying to push a little bit higher. NEO seeing a little bit of volume today. Ticker NIO with a nice gap down. Big reversal down on SPY there. My oh my. Look at that 1 minute candle down. Very, very sharp move down. Palantir still green. CoreWeave acting nicely. That's down by about 5%. SPY looking to try to fill that gap. I might test I'm gonna look for Tesla here, an entry on my final entry on the day trade. Alright guys, I'm looking at this 319 pierce level on Tesla. We just pierced it. There we go. I just got filled, guys. 318.57. It's an aggressive buy, but I did take that final entry. And again, if this turns into a swing on Tesla, that's okay. I know there's a lot of negative press right now on Tesla. 318.57. Alright, let's look at Hood again. Alright, Hood is coming up into my short level. Alright guys, Hood is piercing 74 bucks here. I do like Hood for a short. I just got filled on my starter position at 74.20. 74.20. I'm short Hood. 74.20. I will add to the position basically every 40 to 60 cents. So next add is going to be around, I'll do it every 50 cents. So around 74, 73 I'd add to my Hood. Let's look at Hood here. Alright guys, I just added to my Hood second entry, 204, 74.79, 74.79. Hood is absolutely flying here. Tesla catching a bit of a bid. My next entry on Hood is going to be around 75.30. And then my fourth and final entry, if need be, would be around 75.80. My new average on Tesla is 328.76. 328.76. Alright, Hood is starting to come in a touch. SPY still struggling here, but looking to defend the 596.69 zone. Micron up nicely. Sarfer has pointed that out yesterday. That's ripping, up 4.46%. Tesla's trying to firm up here. So my average on Hood is sitting at 74.54, 74.54. It's a half position short. Half position short. Wow, nice dump on Costco. Yep, that's great. That's gonna take us back into my 1019 level. Beautiful dump on Costco. Thanks for that observation there, Bart. Appreciate that very much. Big dump on Costco. Great to see that. Great to see that. XYZ ticker block is absolutely flying here. That's again one of our most bullish setups. Look at this bullish breakout on XYZ. Members, we are long and strong. Riding that to the upside. Nice little trade there. NVIDIA's gone negative. Tesla's still struggling a touch here. We're still seeing Hood showing some minor signs of distribution here. But I think Hood is definitely into some key resistance zones here. elevated beyond extremes, overbought. We could see Hood maybe try to give back all of these gains off of the gap up. We'll just have to see what the S&P does. S&P is trying to break down here. It's still slightly green, but it looks like it's trying to fill that gap to the downside. Still above prior day low. Tesla going lower here. Tesla's now testing this weekly moving average, weekly 7, and a big Fibonacci retrace zone. CoreWeave now down 7.14%. So we took some put options, yesterday's highs. Look at that nice little dip on CoreWeave. That thing is melting to the downside. Great to see. All right, Hood is coming up into my third entry here around 75.30. If need be, I will add there. But our CoreWeave puts are starting to work out nicely. SPY still coming lower. Let's see what else we got going on here. Dixie's red, Q's are green, IWM red, SPY slightly green. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen here. Apple's still holding positive territory. NVDA holding slightly green, SMCI down by about 1%. AI's up 1%. XYZ is up 1%, just over 1%. I want this CoreWeave to melt. SPY is still struggling in this vicinity. So this 74.74 zone is Hood's pre-market high from yesterday. This is why there's a lot of resistance in this zone. But I'm looking for quite a big downside move. First profit target on Hood is going to be into this key 73.80 area, but I think that we could look for a move back down sub 73 bucks on Hood. Sub 73 bucks on Hood. There we go. It's starting to push to the downside. S&P has gone negative, filling the downside gap. That's why Tesla's so weak as well. Look at this heavy reversal on SPY, appearing like it is trying to trigger this head and shoulders pattern. SPY definitely struggling. All right, Hood is starting to work out. This was our A+ setup, and Hood is so far working out. CoreWeave is melting, now down 8%. Almost pushing 9%. Alright, I'm going to look to cover half of my Hood, around 73.80. Half of my Hood. I'm still riding it, but I'll look to take profits on half of it. I think this stock can potentially go negative today. Hood's getting a bounce. Look at this CRWV. It's absolutely melting here. Our 150 puts are in the money. Boom. June 20th, 150 puts in the money on CoreWeave. We just took those yesterday. It's a prudent thing to do is trim here. Alright, SPY's getting a nice buy the dip here. Let's see what Hood's doing again. Hood, we're still green on Hood. We're just waiting for Tesla to firm up. Apple's trying to get going here. Apple's looking very strong, guys. Take a look at this Apple chart. This is where I think we could get some help from Apple. Apple's been lagging the market, but it is trying to break out of this previous little resistance. And we had that epic surge yesterday and then some negative news around China, AI, and Apple. But it is trying to firm up here. Apple's consolidating bullishly. If it can hold these upper ranges and the market firms up, we should be off to the races with Apple. Look at Hood coming in, guys. Hood is starting to come in. This is good to see. CoreWeave is absolutely dying here, guys. Our puts are printing. Look at these. Wow. Wow. That is amazing. Amazing. Come on, give us more, CoreWeave. Give us more. Take us to the promised land. Again, that was a free trade that we put in the live trading room yesterday. And that is printing to the downside. Now down 9.6% on CoreWeave. Bang, bang. Print away. Wow, what a down move in CoreWeave. Alright, let's flip back to Hood here. Hood is still green. Tesla's trying to firm back up as well. Tesla getting a little bit of a dip buy here. SPY's trying to defend the support zone. SPY is trying to defend a key support zone. Guys, Hood is printing for us now. Hood is printing for us. It is hitting profit target 1, guys. I just covered half of my Hood on that dip. I'm going to move my stop to break even. What a nice little trade there, guys. I got filled at 73.54, covered half of my Hood short, and I'm moving stop to break even. That is the first win of the day. Beautiful little trade. We took about 96 cents, 1.29%. Beautiful little trade. Everyone should have been able to catch that with us. Still holding runners. I think we could see this gap. All right, guys. Nice little job there. Nice little job. Beautiful. And this market is melting lower right now. SPY breaking down. SPY is definitely breaking down. Look at Hood melt down. Wow. Tesla's melting. Hood is melting. The whole market is melting lower here. This is a bounce level as well. Markets are nicely oversold. You're testing that liquidity sweep of this low pivot. So this is a bounce level. Let's go melting lower there, Bart. I do see that. But look at Hood print for us, guys. Hood is our big trade on the session. If we can only get these markets to firm up, I'm looking at trimming the rest of my Hood. Big trade there. What a dump. Alright guys, I'm all out of my Hood trade here. 2.54%. Boom. Just closed it all. Thank you very much. Beautiful little trade on Hood. I just closed it all. Tesla's still weak on the session. Look at CoreWeave though. My oh my. 144. Our puts are deep in the money. Guys, I'm looking to close my 150 CoreWeave puts. I'm looking to close my 150 CoreWeave puts here. And obviously we still have some farther date expiry on CoreWeave. SPY getting a nice bid. Nice trade there, JP. Really nice trade there. Nice pump there on SPY. Really solid pump. So we did take a nice chunk of profits on CoreWeave. Alright, let's see what else is transpiring in the markets. So we have Hood bouncing. We have Tesla trying to bounce. SPY is still struggling immensely here. If SPY can't hold on to this pivot low here, then we're heading to 593.21. And the market's still okay, even if we backtest these key support levels. We're still okay. It's just going through a bit of sell side pressure, but I still think that this is probably setting up for a shakeout, fake out. I think they're scaring people out of their positions. So a nice amount of volatility this morning in the overall markets. Anonymous saying if Hood goes negative, that's another $100 on to the dog shelter. Nice, Anonymous. You caught that with me. It's going negative for sure. It's right there. That's a massive topping tail. And this could be a potential swing trade level, right? So I'm glad you caught that, Anonymous, with me. That was my A+ setup of this morning. It was my best trade that I was setting up for. I love that gap up in extreme overbought territory. But nice job if you took that. It's all about execution, clinical execution. Core weave still melting lower. SPY's still struggling. There you go, Anonymous. Hood went negative. Hood did go negative. Tesla's still down sharply. SMCI down by about 3.29%. NVDA down by 0.37. SMPS Synopsys, that's holding remarkably strong. Apple still just slightly negative on the session. Definitely a lot of volatility this morning. What is this Zena? Z-E-N-A. That's up 73%. My oh my. Looking like it's grinding. APLD. Very similar short setup as well. Alright, SPY is trying to bounce here slightly. SPY is trying to bounce here slightly. We're holding 1 hour chart support. It's your 20-day moving average on the hourly chart. This is your first back test. This is technically a buy zone. I'm going to take SPY calls here, guys. I'm going to take 5. This is high risk. High risk. I'm going to take SPY 0DT 596 calls. 0DT 596 calls. Stop loss is going to be the lows of day. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. I'm going to flip SPY to the big chart here. SPY's still trying to come lower here. We got PMI data in 5 minutes. Alright guys, I got wicked out there on SPY. I got wicked out. Sorry about that small loss there. SPY calls, I got wicked out. That did break a little bit of a trend there. Tesla's still struggling immensely. It's looking like it wants to try to press for that gap fill. We'll see if that wants to happen. CoreWeave still melting to the downside. Amazon still holding bullish structure. Tesla still holding the low of day. NVIDIA down 0.5%. Wow, ticker MODV is high flying here, guys. Ticker MODV. I might pull off a short on this name once we get a new spike high. Right now, we have 4,953 stocks advancing, 4,200 declining. AG. Hood's still melting lower, guys. CoreWeave trying to catch a bounce off of prior day low. Alright, my next long on SPY is realistically in and around this pivot zone here, around 593.30-ish. I would take a stab at this pivot high, guys, on SPY. I would take a stab. Now, there is a chance that we're going to melt into this lower boundary trend line. But I'm going to take a trade on SPY. This might be the one chance for shorts to kind of get out if they were trapped. Still suspect this market's going to go higher, whether or not it happens today or over the next couple weeks. We got some data coming out very shortly here. SPY catching a bit of a bid here. Costs go down about 2% on the session. This could have been the last little area where shorts get out. I still think markets are going to trend to new all-time highs. We have this hourly chart is still acting okay. I would love to see the hourly chart on SPY recapture the 595.50 zone, your previous high pivot from May 19th. That's the area that I'd like to see SPY recapture. Imagine SPY goes right back to the highs, then you would know that this bull market is intact and ready to continue to rip, guys. Don't be surprised if the markets try to trend higher and push. I know that a lot of people are getting bared up with this little pullback, but it's minor. It's a very minor pullback in the grand scheme of things. 4-hour chart, we just tested the 7-day. Hourly chart, we just tested the 20-day. You know, you're still trading very strongly up here at the highs on SPY. Very, very strong. I still think we got much, much more upside in the grand scheme of things. We'll just see how price action wants to react here. All indices are negative. You have some bright spots from Microsoft up 0.3. Amazon's ripping up 1.1. Meta slightly green. Google's up 1.14. SMCI getting smoked today. That one's down a few percentage points, which is okay. Even common shares here look intriguing. Let's see. You got WTI crude is ripping up to the high side. So again, we were bullish energy stocks. We discussed that yesterday. We did take a position in ticker RIG. which it's up nicely. It's defending its positive price action in a weak tape due to crude oil being up 1.78%. That's very good to see. I'm going to look at some healthcare stocks today to take some entries. You're getting some nice healthy pullbacks in names like Eli Lilly. That's a quality ticker. Getting a decent pullback today. I think that this is a nice little potential dip opportunity. What's Pepsi doing today? Ticker PEP. Yep, pulling back as well. SPY's still trying to firm up here. Can print now? Yes, I agree. Apple calls can print now. As I'm looking at getting into Eli Lilly calls as well. Eli Lilly calls look pretty good. Some 1 minute time frames, getting some bullish crossovers, finally recapturing some key moving averages after that harsh sell-off. Let's see if we can get some follow through. You still have a lot of red on the screen, but names are starting to firm up here. S&PS absolutely ripping. Apple's trying to firm up. NVDA trying to break out here on the smaller term time frames. We'll see if we can hold. Costco is still weak on the session, guys. Good to finally see. I would like to just exit that one around 1,019 bucks to free up some liquidity, day trading liquidity. Although I do think Costco is getting very toppy here. And I still think that there should be a move down to about the 920 level, but it's still a market leader. People love to buy Costco regardless of the situation. Hood is trying to firm up as well. So really just one trade, two trades for us, day trades. A nice win on Hood. Very nice win on Hood. Minor little loss on SPY. Overall, we are accumulating swings here in and around these areas because this is a nice healthy pullback in the market. Block XYZ going back to the green side. Still acting very well. Lululemon still holding bullish structure. Again, crude oil, that's absolutely ripping. Take a look at WTI crude. That's up nicely on the session, near the highs. Another attempt at breaking out of a bull flag structure. I do like this RIG. XLE surprisingly is diverging. Negative on the tape. Abercrombie and Fitch, ticker ANF, is looking positive. This one looks like it could squeeze today if the market firms up. Bart is saying gold looks heavy. Yeah, it could be heavy. It could definitely be heavy. It's trying to hold structure here. Apple breaking down again, testing prior day low, breaching it as of now. Seeing Tesla starting to perk up at these lows. Tesla is starting to perk up at these lows. Tesla's trying to firm up here. Still weak on the session, very, very weak, but let's see if it can recapture some of these key moving averages. You are into some weekly demand areas for Tesla. Back testing that key 7-week moving average. That's sitting at 317.47. That would be an area where Tesla wants to recapture by the end of the day. Nice little bounce higher in TSLA. NVDA exactly where it peaked a year ago. Thanks for that observation. Yes, you're absolutely right. Pulling through here just to see if there's any sort of other trade setups that I like. Wow, this Xena I looked at a few moments ago, it's now up an extra 30%. It's up 100% on the session. Crazy. Crazy, crazy day. Lucid getting crushed down 4.71. SPY still holding steady here. Ticker PL. Planet Labs. That's up a whopping 53%. My oh my. Palantir's going green. NVTS under a bit of pressure. QBTS, that's looking slightly bearish, like it wants to go a little bit lower. CoreWeave's still struggling, but it's bounced off of the lows. Hood is back to the positive territory, up about 1.7%. So we might get another attempt at shorting Hood. I'd consider shorting Hood again, guys. We're going to go back to the cookie jar for a second time. I don't often do that, but you know what? So Hood is coming right back up to the high side here, guys. I'm going to look at another entry on Hood. But I want to see it above. I want to see it retest this pre-market high zone for my first entry, which is 74.74. Okay, 74.74 is my first entry on Hood short. It's an aggressive trade because this could easily spike and make a new high of day. Alright, let's see what you're made of, Hood. Let's see what you're made of. Again, I'm looking at another Hood short. Let's see what we can do here. It's going to be a 1 of 4 entry again on Hood. Tesla's still firming up, trying to recapture 316. Natural gas going from bullish to bearish. Markets appear like they're trying to firm up here at the lows, but SPY could be forming a bit of a bearish flag pattern here. It needs to recapture this main pivot high here. You can see it's struggling right at this 594.80 level. Struggling immensely. Larger term time frame, you have hourly chart 20-day support. Come on, Hood. One more spike higher, guys. Around 74.74, I'd look to short hood again. Come on, starter position. Charger. Guys, Tesla's starting to rip. Hood's starting to push as the markets are fading. SPY could potentially make one more new low. It could potentially break down here. It is forming a bit of a bearish wedge pattern on smaller time frames. If we take out the low of day, I'm going to buy and enter some call options. Okay, I'm going to look at if we break this 590, 390 pivot zone here, I'm going to look at entering some call options on SPY. And I'm probably going to take just 594 calls, 0 DTE. If we break the pivot. Prior week high is sitting at 593.20. That's where we could be wanting to go. Take a look at this prior week high. SPY getting a nice little pop there. But prior week high is sitting at 593.20. That's a big level, 593.20. As of now, it's acting okay, catching a nice little bounce. Let's see if it can break out of the wedge pattern. Nice little pop higher in SPY. Still waiting for an entry on hood short. We're going back to the cookie jar for a second time. That was our nice A+ setup in the morning, which we banked on. I know a couple of you caught that as well. We closed a nice chunk of profits on CoreWeave. We took those 150 June 20th puts yesterday in our live trading room. Issued the alert and we banked nicely. The nice thing about that is we still have a high risk trade on that one with the 100 put, but expiring way farther out. We've also been accumulating on some key names today. Names like Tesla, and you can see Tesla is starting to actually perk up and trend back to the high side. So I want to see Tesla on a weekly close today or on a daily chart close. If you flip to your weekly chart on Tesla, yeah, PL is up, PL's flying. So I want to see Tesla maintain this 317.78. That's your weekly 7-week moving average. It's a big spot for Tesla to maintain. Tesla can hold above that today. I would be a very happy camper. And obviously anything extra in that vicinity would be more than welcomed. Again, we did accumulate some Tesla at these lows. Hood is still trying to perk up. Look at the big attempt at a breakout on SPY. Nice little potential breakout of the wedge pattern. It needs to get above this high pivot, and then you've been creating lower highs all morning. So here's your high on SPY, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. You had an attempt here at getting a higher high. That was your first attempt. Then you formed a beautiful lower high, and now you just made your first little higher high on the session of SPY. So this market could now trend. I think that back tests will be bought. This market is now officially making its first little higher high of the session, and you can see the volume and spike coming in on the 1 minute chart here. Hood might be tough to short. I'm going to wait for Hood to make a new high of day to potentially scalp into a short. And honestly, the market potentially could trend right back up to the high side. This is going to be a very big reversal. If the markets hold this vicinity, we could easily have the markets go back to the green side. A little bit of 5 minute chart resistance on SPY. Tesla's still firming up. We need some more participation from the likes of Apple. Apple's trying to recapture prior day low at 202.10. SPY seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but we are still seeing volume coming in. Again, the back test on SPY now is you want to hold above this 595.30 pivot. That is technically a little bit of an entry zone. That's an aggressive entry zone. For the conservative traders, you can see the retest of the bearish wedge pattern that broke out would take us back to about 595. So if we retested 595, I'd be a buyer. I'd be an absolute buyer of SPY at 595. Alright, Tesla's taking a bit of a breather. Let's see NVDA. NVIDIA's trying to climb as well. Yeah, so PL up 55.39%. It's just absolutely flying, right? Planet Labs. You know, I wouldn't get in this one's way up until double top, pierce of double top. Look at that liquidity spike on SPY. Massive, massive bounce coming in. Look at that move. Boom. SPY absolutely ripping face now. It could be a one-way freight train to the upside. Let's zoom out on our 5 minute chart. Next resistance you're going to see on SPY is this parallel channel, which puts us right back to 597, 596.90. So SPY could potentially be making an intraday bullish reversal back up to the high side. Notice how you probably swept this liquidity down here at this 595 pivot. A lot of people longs probably had their stop there. They roped in that liquidity and now they're reversing it back to the high side. So I love that type of a trading strategy where you sweep either high pivot liquidities or low pivot liquidity. It causes max pain and it fuels the next leg up in the market. But SPY's looking extra strong right now. Back test, let's see if we get I think this next pullback is going to be very, very important for the overall market trend today. If you get a decent pullback and it gets bought up, we could easily trend back to the highs of the session. And remember, we had a pre-market high spike of just below 600 on SPY. It's quite crazy. But yeah, that PL, Planet Labs, is just ripping face up 56.89%. Massive move. So Hood is back into our short zone where we shorted it in the morning, but I'm looking for it to go a touch higher. It is a opportunity to potentially fade it here again, but if you just look at this trend in SPY, that's what makes me hesitant from trying to short this. Volume is lightened up now, And the market does seem to be wanting to be in a trend zone. You're getting a lot of bullish price action in healthcare, XLV, we discussed that. Names like Eli Lilly bouncing, seeing some accumulation at these lows. There's a lot of green in the actual healthcare sector. Alright, so hood still pressing. Alright, this is your first little dip in SPY. Let's see the little back test. So right now, your couple sectors that are outperforming, you have XLC Communications, you have XLK Technology, and you have XLV. Everything else is red across the board, but you have your strong sectors in healthcare, tech, and communications. So it does seem like there's a little bit of outperformance and accumulation happening in some of your blue chip, mega cap, and large cap stocks. Communications, tech, and healthcare, those are your mega cap to large cap stocks. SPY getting right back up. NVIDIA's now gone green, guys. This is very important. Apple's probably the next horse to go green. Tesla took a slight little dip there. Let's see if we get any sort of continuation. I still have upside to about 597 on SPY. Minor pullback, and then I think we can actually take out the highs of the session. This is a very bullish potential reversal occurring in SPY. Very bullish potential reversal. Let's look at IWM. IWM's trying to firm up as well. Look where IWM bounced. Right on this trend line of support, back from your April 9th pivot lows. IWM could be potentially forming a wonderful inverse head and shoulders. If this pattern breaks out, you have a pretty substantial move to the upside. Let's look at the Qs. The Qs are grinding steadily here, up 0.22%, so they are obviously green on the session. Still just slightly away from the highs of the session, but nevertheless trying to firm up. Alright, this is your first little pullback in SPY. Again, aggressive buyers look for 595.50. Semi-aggressive 595.30. If you're conservative, you wait for a pierce of 595. I'm gonna go meet in the middle around 595.30. I'm gonna look at taking a starter position on SPY calls with room to add if we drop into this 594 zone. Again, your most active stocks on the session, obviously Tesla, NVIDIA, your top two. Hood, seeing an increase in volume. Intel, Palantir, CSX, Lucid, BF.B. That was one we looked in the pre-market. We can take a peek at that. BF.B. That one's an earnings play. Never officially hit my target yet. Alright guys, SPY's into the first aggressive buy zone. I'll let you know if I take a fill. I'm looking at a 595.30 Pierce as an entry, starter position. I'm going to build into 596 calls. I'm going to build into 596 calls. There's my first entry, guys. I'm officially long 596 calls on SPY, 0 DTE. We got a nice little fill off of that dip. It's aggressive. I will look to add around a Pierce of 595 if we get there. So 596 calls right now on SPY. I took a starter position, 0 DTE. We are getting a nice little bid up here. Beautiful little bounce so far. That's what we want to see. Come on, give us more. Give us a little bit more. SPY is under a bit more sell side pressure. Let's see if we can get these 596 calls to perk up. Alright, there's another dip on SPY. I'm looking to take my... Oh, that's a big drop there on SPY. I just took another entry. That was a massive dip there. Wow, what a dip. A lot of wicking price action there. My average on SPY 596 0 DTE calls is sitting at $1.02. $1.02. I'm not looking to add anymore. Alright, let's see if we can firm up here. SPY could try to potentially take out this low. That was a very big wick down. Alright, we're starting to print on this. That was a nice little fill on that dip. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Here comes, we're recapturing 595. Let's push for 596. Let's keep pushing. We're riding this up. So far we're green on this trade. We're looking for another continuation move higher. Let's look at Apple on the other screen. Apple trying to firm up here. NVIDIA is still slightly negative. Big push. 596s are almost in the money, guys. Big push. Nice little hammer. Look at that. Boom. Look at that. 596 calls just briefly touched in the money, but I think they got much more upside. We could still have a pretty strong trend to the upside. Let's see if we get a continuation move. Come on, give us more. The prudent thing is to trim. We'll see if we can get some more positive price action here. A lot of whipping in this price action. You can clearly see there's a lot of volume and liquidity that's trading here. Some shorts are covering. News hitting the tape that US should withdraw its measures against China. Markets are starting to rip. Look at this. 596 calls are absolutely printing. Again, I still have a 597 target, minimum target. Come on. Look at that 5-minute hammer candle. That's a beautiful thing to see. We're up almost 55% on these calls. Come on. I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more. Come on. Give us more. Apple's still trying to go positive. Apple's recaptured that prior day low. It looks semi-bullish here at this support level. I want to see Apple try to retest that 204 level. SPY just consolidating. A little bit of whippy snippy price action here. Come on, give us another push higher here. Give us another push higher here. Again, we're up nicely on these SPY 596 calls. Again, prudent thing to do on 0DTs is to take profits when the market gives it to you. CoreWeave still struggling, down about 8.87%. Tesla still down about 4.83. SMCI down by about 3.33. SPY taking another little dip here. I'm still holding steady. Quite a bit of volatility today intraday. Obviously the morning initial trend is down. Once the volume lightens up, let's see if we can get an uptrend started again. I think that's certainly possible. We just got to be mindful that we are trying to set some higher lows and higher highs initially after negating this bearish downtrend on SPY. Still have a lot of weak names in the tape. But I'm riding those 596 0DT calls. We are up nicely already, but I still think there's more. Pre-market high on SPY is just below 600. Imagine we tap 600, these calls would absolutely print. Boom! There's a high wick spike on the SPY 1-minute chart. Boom! Look at that press. I don't know if that's news or if that's just a liquidity. 597s. We're a whole dollar in the money, guys. Massive. Up over 100% on these 0DTEs. Come on, give us more. Give us more. I think we got much more. We're setting higher lows and higher highs now. We're trying to break this bearish trend, guys, in SPY. Again, trimming here. Boom! Look at that. Let's go. Thank you very much. I just took my first trim on that spike. And I'm going to move my stop to break even. I trimmed half of my SPY calls. I think we got higher though, guys. I think we're going back to pre-market high. I think we are going back to pre-market high. What a spike there, guys. What a spike. What a spike there. Massive gains there on the session. 135% on the first lot. That is wild. All called out here live. I still have a few contracts running on SPY. Won't let the trade go against me. Made a nice chunk of profit there. 135% on those 0 DTE 596 calls. But I think we got higher, guys. There's plenty of time left in this day. This market, I could easily see it going back to 600 today. I know I've been saying 600 for the past couple days, but I think that we did rope out a lot of long liquidity today. I think we shook out a lot of weak hands. Those that stayed the course, I think are going to be rewarded handsomely. We just need Tesla to firm up here. Hood is going for another high of day. I would stay away from that short. This thing could absolutely print now above 75.50. Hood. I'm still interested in shorting it, but not just yet. Come on, SPY. Give us another spike higher. So hopefully you all were able to catch that 0 DT play on SPY. We did call it out. We telegraphed the key levels that we were looking to enter in. And a nice little continuation. We are seeing a bit of profit taking here. We took profits, but I don't think the little rally's over. We're just getting a nice 1 minute chart bull flag. I'm gonna hold my SPY calls, which are already still in the money. I'm looking for next target 598. 598 on tap. All called out here live. Please hit that like button on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't. Feel free to join our Telegram. Telegram is live by a few more seconds as opposed to YouTube, but nevertheless you get to see charts on YouTube. Alright, let's see what else we can set up here. Costco. Alright guys, members in the day trading, I'm going to look to cover my Costco here. That day trade that we took a few days ago on May 30th, where it popped in our face, I'm break even here. Well, I'm up about 40 cents per share, but Costco, nice dump on Costco. I'm looking to cover my day trade short on Costco, so I exit that position. All right. Not really a gain or a loss there, just basically break even. So I'm out of that Costco short. I think the market is going to be ripping face here very soon. NVIDIA's now flipped green. First Solar's turning green. SMCI is trying to perk up here, guys. Apple's now green. We better watch out here. This market could absolutely fly to the upside. Look at SPY trying to push even higher now. I'm seeing a lot of bullish charts coming into play here. A lot of bullish charts. Wow, look at the high spike in SPY. We are printing again. Let's go. Usually I'm off the stream by then, but this market volatility has been wonderful to trade today. We have caught some bangers. We have caught some really impressive trades from our SPY calls to our hood shorts in the morning. Look at even hood. CoreWeave, we took monster profits there. We just need Tesla to keep firming up. But this is looking like a solid trend reversal back to the upside. Watch for that pre-market high on SPY, right? Watch for that pre-market high. Again, Prior day high on SPY sitting at 597.95. That's your first and next resistance, 597.95. But pre-market high is a different beast. Put on our extended area, look at that. Pre-market high today is 599.73. SPY's green, Russell's green, Q's are green. A little bit more buying pressure hitting the tape here, guys. A lot more buying pressure, actually. Very impressive reversal back to the upside. Very impressive reversal. Tesla's not participating? Yeah, Tesla's not participating, but I think it will. I think it will. Don't be surprised if Tesla goes green today. We got a lot of time left in this tape. Tesla could go green today. Seeing a lot of buying down here. Heavy accumulation, weekly demand spot. This is your first real pullback in the trend. I like Tesla, which is why we're accumulating calls and holding this day trade more as a swing trade. I like Tesla a lot. But obviously it's one of the weaker mega cap names in the session, so we just have to be mindful of that. But Tesla's still okay. I mean, yeah, it's under pressure basically with the news of the death, potentially switching to LiDAR technology. I think that's just a way to shake people out before it makes a higher move. I just like the fact that it is hitting weekly chart support, Tesla. So again, this is weekly chart support. Could it head to the gap fill? Sure, anything's possible, especially if the tape breaks down. But look at SPX. SPX wants this high side trend line. SPX wants the 6,000 point. There's just a lot of interest up there. A lot of open interest. You find it hard. I'm finding it hard pressed to not see the markets test that psychological whole number. Obviously people are selling into it right now at pretty much every turn. But we should eventually hit there. So we still have runners left on the SPY 596 calls. I'm seeing if there's any other sort of trade setups here. SNPS is a monster today, Synopsis. 480 bucks. On deck. My oh my. I'll stay on for another 10 minutes today, and then we'll switch to the afternoon broadcasting session. We'll tune up a little bit of a day trader stream on YouTube here, and I'll try to come back for the power hour session. Again, I'm still writing 596 calls, SPY 0DT calls. We've taken the majority of profits already off the table with runners on deck, so a nice 130% gain on SPY calls. I'm still looking for more upside in this overall market. Hood is just printing. I mean, look at Hood go. Wow, I want to short Hood so badly. Alright, you know what? I am going to take a stab at a Hood short here. Anonymous, you with me? I'm going to take a stab at a Hood short. It's risky, but this is more of a swing trade level. Alright, I'm short Hood 75.51. 75.51 is the 1/4 position. 75.51, and I'm gonna probably hold this overnight. 75.51. I am short hood, already pulling back off of that zone. So what we just did on hood was a nice high pivot liquidity sweep. It could still trend higher, especially if the market firms up. My next ad would be 40 cents higher, 75.91, and then into the 76.41 zone. So we're accumulating every 40 to 50 cents short for until we build in a full position. We're 1 of 4 short. SPY's still trying to hold this 596 zone. So again, I like this hood area. It's also a potential swing short level. I think that there is a call it a 9-10% drop it back into that gap fill could easily happen. But I'm just going in with common shares. If you were looking to short this with some put options, I would say give yourself a month on the clock and look for $70 puts. Maybe even $71 puts depending on what the chain is offering. But I am short hood off of the 75.51 zone. Starter position. Even though we have a net long bias, I think there's going to be a rotation out of some of these names that have run up. And I think we're going to get more mega cap tech leadership. I think that's where a lot of the capital is probably going to rotate to, chasing mega cap value. And if you think about how market structure works, let's say we are weakening in the economy, jobs market, rates are falling slightly here, showing a failed breakout. Although today they are starting to rip. People will likely dump more riskier balance sheet stocks and investments and go for those cash cow moat businesses, blue chip companies likes of Microsoft, Apple's, NVDA's. So we are short hood up about 13 cents here. We are seeing it decline nicely. Still long SPY calls. 596s are in the money. Hood is melting away. You've had Microsoft, NVIDIA, green on the screen. Apple's still struggling a touch here. Tesla's still down about 4%, but going for another high pivot breakout on Tesla. Come on, Hood, give it up. Give it up, Hood. Hood's acting nicely. SPY calls are still pushing higher here. Copper stocks are flying today. Let's see how energy is doing again. Energy is trying to perk back up itself. Adobe doing well today. Snapchat down a few percent. It's quite a mixed tape today, but nevertheless, SPY is going for another potential high pivot breakout. Gold is now flipped negative. Silver's taken leadership. Anonymous saying singular hood 75 put 1 DTE looking to go from 170 to 225. Don't care if it's a loss, just for fun. Hey, there you go. There you go. Let's see if I like any put options. You're in the 75 strike. That was a good fill. Let me see what I like. Yeah, I like that now. It's even at a really good price to get into. SPY's still printing. Hood's coming into my next ad level, 75.91. Again, it's rallying with the markets. SPY's still printing higher. Let's see if we get another move. Tesla's recapturing 319, establishing itself above 319. Another potential higher high on Tesla forming. Alright, Hood, I just got filled. I just got filled there on Hood, guys. Took a 75.90 tap on my second entry. It is absolutely flying. SPY's still pushing. Our 0DT calls are absolutely printing here. Looking like a nice trend to the upside. There you go. I'm actually looking at some farther dated options on Hood. Some put options. I'm looking at some June 20th. Maybe. Let's see what these are worth. I took the June 20th $74 put at $340 a con on Hood. So I just took that. Our SPY calls are still ripping. Tesla's still trying to push. Apple's gone green. Qs are trending. So a nice little continuation rally here in the overall markets. Beautiful continuation. And don't be surprised. I would not be shocked if Tesla tried to go positive here. Alright, so Hood, I am on deck for put options. $74 put June 20th at $340 a contract. And SPY is going for another high pivot breakout. These calls are flying, guys. These 0DT calls are absolutely printing to the upside. The first half we took off 130%, just over. And they are going even higher here. Remember, I said SPY. Next target is these high pivots. But ultimately, I think the way that this trend reversal is happening, once we backtest this high volume liquidity, we're probably going to sweep it to the high side, get a pierce, backtest it, consolidate, back to this lower boundary 597 zone, and then I think we could push to that pre-market high around 599. Tesla's ripping. Wow, what a reversal back to the upside in this market. Massive. Our 596 calls are deep in the money on SPY. Again, my average is $1.02 on the 596 0DT calls. They're trading right now at 221 and printing higher. 226 and climbing. So again, what I think is going to happen here on the SPY chart, I think we're going to breach this 598 zone here. We're going to sweep the liquidity up and around this area, 598. We're probably going to push up, sweep the liquidity, have a sharp reversal back down, and then a continuation in the back half of the session. So as soon as we breach these high pivots here on SPY, this 598 zone, I'm going to be exiting my calls. I'm going to be selling all of them. All right, all of my SPY 0DT calls once we pierce this little demand zone here. All right, 598, I'm looking to exit. A pierce to that 598, I'm looking to exit my SPY calls. And then how we play it is if you want to roll it out into some profits. So once I take profits up here around a 598 pierce, I'm going to wait for a pullback back to this channel, call it 597.10. And then I think we could actually push for more 0DTEs into the 599 zone. It's aggressive. I would size down for the 599s, but I think that's the best way to play it. I think we're in an aggressive tape right now. So I've given you what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be selling all of my 596 0DT calls right as soon as we pierce this 598 zone. And it could be quick, guys. It could be very quick. We could get a volume spike through there as we're approaching a massive reversal. This is a huge, huge reversal zone. This is a huge reversal zone. And this is a big reversal zone. So we got 4 major pivot zones. We're going to sweep that liquidity. There's shorts that are going to have their stop losses right at those highs. Tesla seeing a little bit of a pullback. Come on, let's get that liquidity spike high. Let's get that liquidity spike high. Again, please hit that like button if you're on YouTube. Subscribe. We've called out some bangers here. We are short hood. I repeat, we are short hood. We've taken a 3/4 position on hood. It is starting to dip. Members did get that put option alert on hood. It's into a great swing short level on hood, despite them bullish, very bullish on the markets. I do think a lot of these smaller cap names are going to see a bit of consolidation, sideways chop to lower chop as mega caps take leadership in this market. Minor little pullback on SPY, but I think we still test that zone. There's too much liquidity sitting up here. Too much overhead supply, I think, on SPY. Do not try to test it. Come on. Hold steady, SPY. Hold steady. So one of the reasons hood has been so strong, news hit the tape that hood has over 3 million people waiting on the credit card list. Credit, credit, credit. Our market is fueled by credit. Yeah, JP, I'm in hood puts already. Did you get the alert? I put it in the other chat. June 20th, $74 puts. And I'm holding common shares short. Come on, SPY. Spike higher. SPY. Come on. SPY's still just consolidating here. It is 11:07. I'm usually off of the stream by now, but there's just a lot of opportunity in this market today. Quite a bit of opportunity. I mean, look at this Tesla chart too. It's looking like it wants to push higher. You got a bullish crossover of the short-term 5-minute. $7 and 20. It's consolidating above that previous little high pivot. Tesla's next resistance is 324.50. And then if you get through that, 327.33. Low of day high. And I know a lot of people are bared up on Tesla. But we're just buying, and there's a lot of negative news, but we're buying weekly demand here. All right, so Hood is still strong. SPY's pulling back just a touch. Still seeing ticker Wolf up nicely on the session. Push point still down 18%. BF.B down 17. PVH down 13.32. ADP. Oh, I didn't see that one. Down 10%. Let me take a peek at that chart on my other screen here. ADP. No, that's not right. That's wrong. That was must have been pre-market. They're slipping. All right, SPY pushing. SPY is pushing. Another little push and surge on SPY. NVDA up about 0.47, Apple's green by 0.22, Tesla's still down around 4, SMCI down around 2.35. Costco getting shellacked today, down by 2.5. Gold slightly negative, natural gas bearish. I think natural gas is actually a short, honestly. I think there's a very defined risk on a short on natural gas. I think entering a short here is probably a good risk to reward via KOLD, and then just using that 380 pivot, 381 pivot high as a stop loss. I just took it short on natural gas as well. So long KOLD. I took a long on KOLD. I put that alert in the chat, Telegram chat. So I'm long KOLD with a tight stop loss in place. It is forming a potential wedge pattern. I think natural gas has the ability to actually fall much, much lower in the coming sessions. It is at critical resistance. And on my day trade shorts, I swing short common shares for Hood. I did take another fill at 76.41, so I have 3/4 position short in common shares. Hood is still strong. SPY's still trying to grind higher. My final entry on common shares short on Hood is 76.91. 76.91. And again, I still think Tesla has the ability to go positive today. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if Tesla tries to turn green today. That would shock a lot of people. But Tesla has this ability to do a lot of wild things. It would even shock me, but stranger things have happened. All right, SPY going for another high pivot liquidity sweep. I still want to exit a lot of these SPY calls, these 0DT calls around 598. I still want to exit if we sweep all of that liquidity to the high side. That's why I'm staying on the stream here, because I'm trying to execute this trade. Come on, SPY. One more pop. Take our calls to the promised land. We've already netted a wonderful gain. Every time you hit over 130% on SPY calls, 0DT, you have to just thank the markets. But it's been another pretty good session so far. And we still have time in the tape. Apple's trying to eat through a wide range red bar breakdown from this morning. If Apple can get through this wide range red bar breakdown on the 5-minute chart, you're going to see a big pop, I think, in the markets. So if we go to the 5-minute chart of Apple, you can see it's in through this huge bear flag consolidation. It might need a few more minutes to consolidate here, but if we can get through this, then you're attacking prior week high at 203.81, and that's really the next big resistance up until you push back for 205. Let's take a look at Nike. Nike is getting volume today, ticker NKE. That's up 1%. Nike also trying to break out of a bull flag structure. We got some charts here. JP, SPY reaching. Yeah, SPY is trying to sweep that liquidity. It is. Tesla curling right back up to the high side. Here comes Tesla for a nice little, another high pivot break. So another little higher high set on Tesla in this little bearish breakdown. Tesla's trying to turn the corner here. That's a very good sign. NVIDIA's going for a high pivot liquidity sweep as well. Very bullish attempt on NVIDIA. Here comes Apple. SPY hourly chart is just looking magnificent. Here we go on SPY, guys. Look at this. Look at this SPX hourly chart. Look at that reversal. Magnificent. Get ready to exit our calls off of this next pop, or I'm going to be exiting my 596 0DTEs once we get a pierce of 598. We're going to rope in and sweep all of those previous little high pivot points. SPY's definitely going to do it. Come on. Sweep it. I want to see it swept. Our calls are flying here. Boom! There's the sweep. I think there's a little bit more, but that's the pop. That's the volume pop that I was looking for. That is the volume pop. SPY sweeping those high pivots. Shorts are going to cover, guys. Shorts are going to cover. Shorts are going to cover. Come on. Boom. And now I think we could potentially get a minor pullback back into this 597 zone and then a continuation in the back half. I'm all out of my SPY 596 calls. I am all out. Trim that at 260 a con. There's an even higher spike. Holy. Wow. Beautiful. That is clinical. That is absolutely clinical. And I don't care. If we go higher, we go higher. I'm still phenomenally bullish on this market. I know we're heading higher. It's just a matter of how high do we go. But what a monster trade there, guys. What a monster trade. Final profits on those SPY calls. We took 154.9% on the second half of the runners. We called out those 0 DTEs here, free live on the stream. That was amazing. That was amazing. Total profit on the trade, 144.7%. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Tesla's starting to peak up here. Tesla's looking much, much better. Hood, still short Hood via calls, via put options and some common shares, but that's more of a swing trade. We've obviously been accumulating Tesla down here. Tesla's looking ripe for the taking. Massive, massive move. That was amazing. So total profits, 144.7% on those SPY calls. So again, remember the game plan that I've said. It's all about trying to stick to a game plan. I think we now can get a pullback into the 597s. If we get a pullback into 597 on SPY, there's an opportunity, I think, to ride 599 0 DTEs all the way up to the high side. And if that doesn't happen, that's okay. Now, what a magnificent trade there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That was clinical. Amazing, amazing trade. I hope you all were able to bank with us on that specific trade. There will be more trades if you didn't. But our members, we caught a nice few trades there. Now we just need Tesla to keep ripping face. Imagine Tesla goes green, where this market's going to be. Imagine if Tesla goes green, where this market could be. So SPY running into a little bit of overhead resistance, but notice, what did we do? We swept those 4 high pivot liquidities. This is, believe it or not, is actually a minor short zone. It's a tough short because the volume's drying up, but this is a minor short zone here as you get a little bit of people taking profits. I'm not shorting, but aggressive 1-minute traders, aggressive day traders would short this area. You've swept the liquidity. You've gotten a lot of day trading shorts to cover. You're getting some longs like us that took profits. You should get a minor back test. I would love to buy the 597 zone, 597 and change to go higher. But if we don't get there, I'm still net long. I'm holding 600 calls on SPY and they're printing as well. I'm very bullish on this market. We've got a lot of long exposure mixed in with some key shorts. So let's see if we can still get some more trades. But nevertheless, we've stayed on here for an extra 45 minutes just to close out those 0 DTE calls. We did not leave you hanging. Trader 586, welcome to the stream. He's saying GDX is losing it. GDX, yeah, GDX, look at that dump. Gap and crack on GDX. That looks like a high pivot liquidity sweet short opportunity. That's a nice, that looks ready for a bit of a swing short. You're probably going at least down to the 50, if not going to retest that 20-day moving average sitting at 49.50. So nice spot there, Trader 586. Good spot. Yep, gold really struggling here. If you see the trend line, gold's running into. No real official breakout on gold, right? Gold's doing potentially what's called a failed breakout. So you had that one impulse green candle bar to the upside here on the daily chart. Looks like a bull flag consolidation. Try it attempting to make a high and you're getting sold into. So this could be a failed breakout on gold. If this is a failed breakout on gold, then you're heading right back down to the low of this range. Call it 32 and change, 3200. GLD, that would look to be around, call it, 300, 302. So you got to watch for that. That's for sure. So SPY still just holding bull flag structure here. Tesla absolutely flying to the high side. Tesla is ripping to the high side now. All right, we'll throw back on those dual screens for you guys. So we're watching SPY, Tesla. Again, we've taken a nice amount of profits today in Tesla. A really solid amount. Hood is about to hit my final short entry level at 76.91. 76.91 is my final short entry on Hood. Hood is just grinding higher and higher right now. But that is my final short entry at 76.91. Tesla's still shaking and moving. Netflix is ripping today as well. Alright guys, I am going to tune you into another trader space. It's been a pleasure trading with you all. We still have a lot of trades on the table with our members, so if anything drastically changes, I'll jump back on and I'll likely see you for the power hour session. But be careful about this market. It is looking like a bullish reversal back to the high side. Don't be surprised if SPY tests pre-market highs, which is just under 600. Okay.
So no. What I meant is right. Non. So if you need to order DRAM without a contract, that's the price you get.
Yeah, just exactly.
Oh yeah, today's a 3 month long breakout for Micron.
I cut my 397s, by the way, up there at the top of this move. Just taking profit.
Bigger breakout is if it could get above like 115, 114.
I mean, look, outside of SK Hynix, Micron is the only one that's executing reasonably. Samsung is just screwed up. So Micron tends to, get a lot of the business with all the problems at Samsung. We'll see. That'll change, but I think there's a swing trade here.
Wow, Rocket Mortgage is up 7.73% right now.
Yeah, the 10-year's continuing to sell off.
8%. Man, it must be tanking. I mean, the 10-year yield's up from where it was this morning.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at it since this morning.
Interesting. It's just whatever idiosyncratic with Rocket. Oh, the Redfin shareholders approved the acquisition today. So I think that's why.
Oh yeah, that's big news.
Which of you degens bought Open Door? Because it's up 10% now.
I saw that.
I was like, what the fuck?
Trimming these by 600 for 50%. Only have 2 left. That's it.
Cloudflare breaking out, heading up to possibly test all-time highs.
Hey, BB, what was your level on SPY again? So I have one at 598.99 as well.
Let me check.
And then 600.04.
Yeah, I had 598.64. And then I have my next one for the peak positive at 600.
Okay.
Here you can kind of see it's struggling right now.
Yeah. So I trimmed some.
I mean, we're at peak positive right now, so.
Yep. The fuck? Are you kidding me, Tesla?
Oh my god, I think this rubric is gonna shit the bed.
Yo, guys, look at WRBY, Warby Parker. Look at the 30-minute chart on Warby Parker. I'm already in this, so.
On SPY, I have peak positive at 600.
Okay, cool. ticker for Warby Parker is WRBY, by the way. That's a nice W on that 30-minute.
Keep your eye on TNGX. Keep an eye on TNGX. Tango Therapeutics talked about this earlier in the week.
Yeah, on the hourly, it's hitting a double top. If it breaks through that, it'll run.
Check out Lemonade, LMND. Looking like it's ready for its next leg up. I grabbed $40 calls last week. They're finally starting to print. Lemonade looks like it has a lot of upside from here. If it can clear 41.5.
Yeah, I like Lemonade's chart. Yeah, and the daily Lemonade looks like a W.
Wu-Tang W on the weekly.
Yeah, that 37.40. If you could hold over that, it should go to at least 40. I have 44.
Yeah, getting the MACD cross up on the weekly.
Yeah.
You say you got 43. I say if it clears 41.5, it's going to 50. That's my play. Starting to see some call flow for Dollar Tree. It's looking like the 110 for October.
Tesla was not able to break through the 322.40 resistance I have. It seems to bounce off pretty hard.
You gonna play Tesla?
Yeah, I'm still
I
280s.
I have it for next week.
Yeah, I'm still in my
No, I know you got the 280.
280s.
I'm talking about BB because he's
Oh,
giving
sorry.
Tesla analysis.
Yeah, I have puts for next week 300.
Nice.
I think it gets there, man. You got this production numbers that are due. There is, this uh, robo taxi is probably going to be underwhelming compared to what is really already in the stock price. And there's, more and more rumors about XAI merging with Tesla. That's XAI merging with Tesla is only good for Elon. It's terrible for stockholders short term.
Mm-hmm.
So I talked about this yesterday in the other space. It's just there's just too many things that are negative for Tesla right now. I don't have a long position. I just don't want to, but I don't have a short position yet, right? It is after all Elon. He makes up with Trump, it'll probably run $30. So I don't want to take that chance. But there's really nothing that looks good for Tesla in the short term.
I agree. I agree.
after that big run up, you think we're gonna get a nice pullback?
On what? Spy or Tesla?
SPY, Qs, can't be talking about Tesla. Tesla didn't have no run up.
Spy. It's hitting a EMA right here at what is this? 598.52.
Yeah, I don't know. I grabbed QQQ 530 puts for tomorrow. No, they ain't for tomorrow. Those are for today. Well, I meant to grab tomorrow's, but I got today's.
I think SPY.
Wondering why they were so cheap.
There's other than 600. There's really no positioning after that. 604, a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we chop between right here and 598 for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I feel that as well.
I'm thinking Qs could pull back $1.
Qs, I see 528. Where could get to. But there's not a lot of resistance until 538. So yeah, I don't really know.
I mean, still the Qs have room to go higher to 534.77.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like positioning from the market makers around there. So if it gets a bid, it could.
I'm just looking at just straight a whole bunch of green candles. I mean, it's due for at least for a pullback.
Like in terms of like the charm exposure, the only big level I see to the upside is 538. Other than that, they're pretty small. I'm seeing some call premiums building on the Qs.
How's it going, Frank?
Hey, someday, huh? Wow.
I know, what a day, man.
This is typical of the day before NFP. You know, this kind of like crazy news. I mean, obviously the catalyst was Trump, but yeah, it's that this is insane.
Are you playing anything, or did you play it this morning?
Oh my God, I had a great short, and as soon as I covered half, and then we had that drop, and like I just hit the all out button. And before I could even try to start a starter, they were ripping. So,
Nice.
but I didn't jump on board. I watched, but it was a great day. You know, I caught one move, so that's all you need to catch. Usually, you get some kind of reversion on a day like this where you're at the highs, but I don't know. You know,
Gold dumped back at that 308 level.
Yeah, it did.
the NFP number is going to be important, really important tomorrow. you know, the early signs from what we saw, like macro wise, it was, that they're going to be weak, but like you can make a bullish case for that and a bearish case. So, and the Bears have been just like ripped up. They can't get it going for over 3 weeks. So, is tomorrow their day in the sun? I don't know. Maybe. I would think about like I'm thinking like by the dip here if we get some kind of pullback, but we'll see. SPY is definitely behind today, behind the Qs.
Yeah, it is. It's fighting up here, man. I think they're gonna hold this between this 598.78 and 598. It's just gonna consolidate here and burn premium on these 0 days. Advanced Auto Parts AAP is getting some volume right now.
Yeah, I was talking about that last week. And,
Yep.
I actually traded it. I don't know if anybody took any trades with me on that, but yeah, that looks real good. Somebody brought that up to me a few weeks ago when we were in Shaw's space, and that's what put it on my radar. So like I said last week, it had
Which one is that?
AAP and
Yeah,
Auto Parts.
it has a nice cup
Oh
and
yeah.
handle on the 2 hour chart.
So I'm gonna stand in front of the train here on their earnings, but I bought June 85s and 90 puts on RBRK and the July 85s.
Oh,
Hey Frank, it's basically industrials and financials. That's why they are weak today. That's why Qs are outperforming SPY.
Yeah, I hear you. Thanks. Yep.
Ladder some VIX calls for July 16th, 18, 19s, and 20s.
yo, gold could come back down. GLD could come back down to 304. It's getting ready to hit this gap here pretty shortly, under 307. It's now under the previous day low for gold, GLD.
I'm about to go to lunch, but hey man, is it the 90 that you're seeing for rubric also?
What's that?
You see like a 90 big interest for 90?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's massive.
And then I looked at all the other chains, and the peak OI for every chain, that you could further look out at, it's all at 100. And they're not buying. You don't see a disproportionate amount of calls versus buys going into their earnings, where you would think that this squeeze will continue to keep going.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm standing in front of the train.
I haven't looked into this name. Monative, have you been looking at rubric at all?
No, it's been a long time since I touched that one.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take a look again after lunch. Yeah. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, Monitive, pager duty up 4% today, baby.
The thing about Rubric, right, is they're still pre earnings. Like they're not making any money. So to maintain over $100 stock price when you're not making money is, to me, that's going to be tough for the market this fall. They need to really beat.
Well, the problem, man, is always that the market only cares about growth until it changes its mind suddenly, and then it cares about everything. So we're still in the risk on mode here. I don't know when that's gonna flip. It can't be that far away. But I mean, look at the what was that yesterday? MongoDB. It's not exactly wildly profitable or anything, but it's trading at insane valuation, and it finally showed some positive momentum. And it's off to the races again, right? What is it? 15, 16, 17% yesterday's from earnings. So
Yeah, I was in
same
the
thing with
220s.
yeah, same thing with Rubric, right? It could have the wind on its back as long as that growth is fine, and then suddenly they'll pull the rug out, right? It's finding that time when it's ready to flip. These are all one heck of a great short waiting to happen. I just don't know when.
Yeah, I'm saying it's possible that it's right now. We'll see. We'll see. It's a stab, but I'm taking a pretty good stab at it. It also helps that I think we're at peak GEX levels at both the Qs and SPY here that I've been waiting for it to hit for a couple weeks now. So I'm flipping to be short.
I got some June 20 puts for Qs that are fucking 70% down. So I don't know. Maybe they'll die, or maybe they'll come alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they'll come back to life, but I think we will have pullback.
So you're saying there's a chance?
That's how I feel about my June Q puts as well. Or do I just collect my, I think I'm at $40 of premium left on them.
Yeah, I'd probably hold them.
Yeah, at that point, there's not a lot of downside.
I mean, you're going to look at today's volume at the end of the day and be like, oh my God, that was so shit.
Circle indication has moved up to 61.
Just to give everyone a little junk food, I entered into a new trade longing the cannabis company CGC because I think it's got a cup and handle on like 36 hour last 36 hours. So I'm in that with a stop.
Haven't heard canopy growth in a long time.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's like Shitco, number 2 maybe next to Mullen. It's one of the worst stocks you can be in, but I'm just looking for a trade between here and the 200-day at 290.
Yeah, it's fair. I own Tilray, and that's
Yeah, that one's
basically
having a
worthless.
it's having a tough go at it. Of all these names, that's the last one that hasn't reverse split. Most of those names have reverse split, and for some reason, it's taken this long for Tilray to get to that point.
Well, I know Constellation has a pretty big position in it. I don't know, maybe nowadays. This is from like 5 years ago when I was following that sector a little bit more.
They have a big ownership of Canopy Growth, yeah. But it's kind of like it
Where
looks like one of
capital
those.
goes to die.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, companies buy other companies just to shutter them sometimes. I think this is sort of closer to that than, hey, this is an acquisition for profit.
Oh, gold. It's not looking good for you, bud.
So Coinbase is primed to pump here with the Circle IPO. Think we could see a little higher than its recent range.
Oh, thanks for reminding me about that, bro. I need to jump into some coins. Hold on. Monitive said he liked coin too.
They have a big ownership of Circle, he was
Yeah,
saying.
they have. Not only that, they get most of the distribution from Circle comes to them. So the better that Circle does, the better Coinbase will do also from that deal. So almost 9 million shares of Circle for what it's worth.
Haven't heard anyone talking about this one, but ticker ZENA up 90%, looking like it's ready for its next leg up.
All right, grab some 280 coin calls for 620.
Oh, this is another one of those micro floats that got high short interest. It's one of those things that probably could go 300-400%. Just keep it on my watch list. BYON, Beyond Incorporated, Beyond Inc. That's looking nice, catching a bid today, having what looks like a change of character on the daily.
Oh, guys, you want me to play this? Trump is talking to the German chancellor on CNBC. Let me know if you want me to play it or not.
You don't have to. I mean, can you think of any plays that may be that may come off of whatever he's discussing with the German chancellor? Because I can't.
Nah, I mean, not really. Except for SPY, maybe. Oh, SPY just went to 5.99. What? When did that happen? Oh, it just did on that candle. Well, let me check these calls.
Trump is talking about Elon right now.
And the stock's moving up. Tesla, not DJT.
Yo, Kev, did you see this BW that somebody posted down there about?
I haven't been looking at this.
Holy shit.
BW, Babcock.
B is in boy. Yeah.
Yeah, Babcock and Wilcox. This what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
dude, this thing it looks like it could fucking go.
I mean, it looks like it's already gone. Like,
Scroll out. Zoom out.
oh, hourly, okay.
It's a huge volume candle.
I mean, it doesn't look any different from that ZENA I just talked about. Both look equally risky.
It looks way different.
Bro,
I mean,
look
the
at that
chart,
red candle on Tesla.
Keep zooming out, bro.
Yeah. Tesla. Poor Elon, eh?
Okay, you say keep zooming out. I'm looking at the weekly. I start out on the weekly, and to me, is and from a weekly point of view, ZENA looks better than BW. But I mean, they look the same. Like to me, okay, ZENA has the rounded bottom. BW has the potential W Wu Tang setup.
Hey, BW is a real company. It's I
Yeah,
think
that's what I was gonna say.
160, 180 years old or something. They're the original boiler makers. BWXT got spun off from BW long ago for parts of the business to specifically do defense. Boiler, I mean, Babcock Wilcox is a real company. I don't know why it went down that far down. Probably because they sold much of their business. But this is a real shit, man. This is not.
Yeah,
They
I
have
bought
some
it.
unique. Yeah.
Appreciate that there, Gordy. Zena's pre-revenue. That's why I
Bro, you saw what Trump just said about Elon?
Oh shit, that looks bad.
Don't know
Elon
if
Musk.
we'll have a great relationship anymore. What?
Yeah, that's
He said,
classic Trump. When you're out, you're
"Come,
out.
come again." What did he say?
Don't know if him and Elon would have a great relationship anymore. Goodbye,
I
Tesla.
say. Yeah,
Sayonara.
Trump is that's he did in the first term. When you're in with Trump, you're his boy. But as soon as you're out, gloves are off.
Yeah, the first term he was like fired, like it was the presidentess. He was firing everybody. You were there for like
Real
3 weeks
real
and then
quick,
you were
real
fired.
quick, real quick, real quick, real quick. I understand that was news or whatever. I missed it, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about. So, Monitor, can you go back to what you were talking about as far as BW versus Zena? Because that's kind of like what I'm looking for. Because all I'm looking at is the charts, and if I'm looking at the charts, there's no difference. They're both equally risky, but I would prefer to pick Zena over BW if I'm just looking
So,
at the charts. But you
so
telling me that one's a real company as opposed to like that's news I can use.
Okay, Zena, I don't know much about them. I did quickly look it up. Drone company. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about drones, and you're gonna block, the supplier of 99% of the drones worldwide. Then you really have, small companies being able to take that demand, right? In places like ag, you have a need for drones because you just can't buy machines anymore. Those have gone up in price because of tariffs too. So there's a huge demand for drones, and they're all AI driven because you can't really be remotely flying them for industrial use or agricultural commercial use. They have to be self, you just program, let them go, they have to do their thing and come back. So in that sense, it's a much hotter market. Don't get me wrong, that's what is driving Zena. Babcock and Wilcox, again, the driver is nuclear, but it's a real company. It's not like one of these, smart modular reactors or new stuff. Every one of those guys that's trying to build these is going to have to go to a company like Babcock and Wilcox, who are the certified boiler makers, right? So they're the only ones that can do all these, you know, products that go into
All
making
right, I
a
bought a
boiler.
little bit of both of them. I bought a little bit of both of them. I'm finna ride the momentum of both of them. So I got a common position in both of them. I'm in 595 Zena. I'm at $1.32 BW. So let's see if we can go ahead and push.
By the way, Kev, I do talk a little too much sometimes when you ask a question, so don't have any trouble just cutting me off by all means, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
By the way, Trump is still railing on Elon.
280 puts and 300 puts, looking nice, BB.
I was feeling a little nervous before, and
I
now I'm
know.
basically at break even.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the BW CEO said BW has had a strong start to 2025 and achieved its highest bookings and backlog in decades from our parts and services business, in addition to our already strong backlog from thermal products, upgrades, and construction, primarily in North America.
Exactly what I said.
So it's
See, that's
basically a turnaround story.
yeah.
They do have a decent amount of debt. They are selling off um, a portion of their business for 177 million, which is more than their entire market cap.
Yeah, but the other thing you have to remember, man, is if you really start having a lot more nuclear construction, there's also the maintenance part of it, right? BW is going to get a lot of that
That's what
business.
Gordy.
So
I think that's what Gordy was saying.
yep. I think I've forgotten about this company 30 years ago, man. Seriously.
BW's at 68%.
If it's a turnaround story, these are the 10, 20 baggers I'm looking for.
Trump just said he's going to China at some point.
It's funny that Trump's going to go to China. The Z or Xi said he is definitely not going to the U.S.
Seems like that wasn't a bad idea of me after all, grabbing these 530 put Qs. Let's go.
See, I love when somebody tags me with shit like that, Kev. Stuff I would have never fucking looked at in my entire life.
Shout out to whoever that was that tagged you with whatever they tagged you with.
That's Gordy.
Yeah, dude, Gordy's a smart guy. Like,
Oh yeah. I don't know if I've ever talked to Gordy or not, but yeah, Gordy
I don't think I've talked to him, but
put some pretty good shit down there.
he does put some good shit down there.
Nah, he's been in the spaces before. He's talked a couple times.
Like I said, I didn't say that he didn't. I just said I don't know if I have. If I'm not talking to you regularly, you're just a voice. You're just a voice that just passes through.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can the Qs get back down to VWAP is what I want to know now.
Oh my gosh, Tesla. BB, look at Tesla, man. 316.
316.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I got back in those 300s with you, BB.
I'm already back in the money.
Yeah, dude, Kev, we went to the peak gamma levels today, man. Just coughed it up.
That's a
well. I
nasty
kind of
flag on Tesla.
I made a reference to it at peak. When we were at peak positive, I said it a couple of times. Nobody said anything except
Well,
bull
I got
bear.
out. I got out of my SPX when Q's got to my peak positive. Got out a little bit early, but
Yeah, I'm back green on these 280 puts for Tesla. Things are
Tesla.
flying. They're up 20% now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yo, this is wild. This market is on crack, bro. I've never seen this before. Like in one day, like these moves
Down.
are insane.
Yeah, basically I've had 100% move on Tesla.
Yeah.
25 or almost. Let's say not 100%, but
Pretty dang close, bro.
yeah.
This thing came to 312.36 and then ran to 322.66, and it's now
That
back down. I mean, that's wild in one day.
that negative news though hit at like the perfect point. It was struggling to get through that 319 or that 322.50.
Yep.
Damn, BW is rocketing. Let's get it. You right, amen.
Yeah, I'm up 13% on BW.
This thing's fucking great, dude. That was a gem.
Yeah, super gym. I'm up 27% on these motherfuckers. What's 21 now?
Let's
Everybody in the
go.
space is buying it.
Let's go. Buy it, baby. Not financial advice.
Up 10% on my $300 puts. Tesla.
I'm curious to see what Elon's response is going to be to that Trump comment about him and Elon not having a good relationship anymore.
I think he's tweeting already about it.
Oh, he is? Hold on, let me look.
Everybody wants to fucking break these two up. That's crazy.
I think like what Musk is saying is fair. Like you got trashed on Dodge, but that's kind of Trump's style. When you're his boy, you're his boy, and when you're out, you're out.
No, I mean this is the whole thing. That like, I think Trump understands what Musk is getting at, right? But um,
He has to do the
what Trump
theater.
what Trump understands is his success over the next 3 years, like depends on just spending more,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you're like what he said about the economy is straight up. Like, let's get rid of the debt ceiling, so we don't have to deal with any weakness in the economy. That's his viewpoint right now. He's very much like doing what I didn't want him to do, and kicking the can down the curb.
yeah, 100%. They have to grow their way out of it.
It's just, dude, I don't think that that's a plausible scenario.
I'm with you.
Tesla's about to take out the lower day.
Yes, sir. I'm going to trim some of these 280s right here.
Man, I'm up 16% on these puts. Man, I'm gonna lock in some profits too.
Oh, let's go.
I'm gonna set a sell limit at $10. See if I can get filled.
And the VIX still isn't moving. No. I thought the VIX would have been screaming with this happening. Damn, this is gonna speed up. I'm gonna buy some weekly VXY. Fucking complete lottos.
Just got filled. Just got filled on my yeah. Just got filled on my Tesla. I'm selling my Tesla. $10. Still got runners.
$21
Yeah, I sold.
$21 UVXY lottos.
SPY. I'm going long SPY 598. Zero DTE calls. Long SPY. This is high risk, aggressive trade. This is the back test I was looking for. 598 calls.
Look at
Long
Tesla,
SPY.
bro. Lower day. It's coming up, baby.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it doesn't hold, we'll see 305.
35% on these 280s. I only have 2 runners left. That's it.
Hey, look, they've run 50% on terrible earnings and expectation of robo taxi. So neither of those is going to pan out right.
Tesla's paid me today. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you grabbed those 300 puts again, man. Nice.
I mean, Tesla has almost bought me a Tesla today between what I swung yesterday and what I blocked
Can
in today.
IWM get over 210?
Yes,
Yields
sir.
actually up
But
slightly.
if you were in the spaces yesterday and the day before,
Yeah, I do think that IWM, let's take a peek at the chart. IWM is looking like it wants to break out. Healthy 4-hour chart, healthy daily chart, healthy hourly chart, just a minor pullback here on the 15, 5, and 15. But yields, it can definitely keep surging here, for sure. WTI crude, taking a bit of a breather. US 10-year yield, getting a little bit of a bounce. But again, yields have broken down, bearish crosses occurred. Yields are going to get shorted likely on all the pops. All right, so I'm back in 598 calls off of that dip. We're already in profit. We're seeing this position jump quite quickly. Our hood swing trade short is working out nicely, Anonymous. If you took that, you're printing again. You better donate to that dog shelter again. My alert that I sent out via the puts are working out nicely as well. Got plenty of time on that. 598 SPY calls are almost in the money. I think we go back to the high of day and push for that final 600 or pre-market high. So there's a pretty big sell side candle there. NVDA, Tesla, pretty much everything saw a really sharp decline, profit taking. Don't know if there was any news. I don't really care. I still think that markets are going to trend higher. Core weave now down 13.34%, guys. We took at when it was at 164.47 yesterday, we entered 150 puts as well as which we've already trimmed and pulled profits, and we're still riding $100 puts. With nothing but time. Some news hitting the tape. Core weave is just melting lower. I mean, look at this freaking chart on core weave. My oh my, that is extraordinary. Stunning. If Hood is gonna finish with a topping tail on the daily today. There's a potential. There is a potential for a topping tail on the daily for Hood. And the market could come under pressure here. I want to see us recapture this high pivot liquidity on SPY. We did get a 1 15-minute candle breakout, never confirmed. Hourly chart breakout, which is seeing a reversal. 5 minutes left in this hourly candle for SPY.
Still $1 trillion market cap company that has shown significant drop-offs in free cash flow because they're trying to fund a new business, a new type of business. It's so like that stock is so speculative to me. It's crazy.
Does Broadcom have earnings today?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I saw some bullish order flow for that earlier today. I meant to make mention to, but I got caught up some other shit and forgot.
I sold my Broadcom calls yesterday.
Yeah, there was some bearish flow coming in yesterday on Broadcom.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't
I'm
gonna
not
hold.
playing. I'm definitely not playing that to the upside, but I'm not playing it to the downside because they have a pretty big buyback that I think
CoreWeave is
that'll
busting.
keep going.
NVIDIA trying to form a 15-minute little bottoming tail.
What was that?
So CoreWeave looks like it's about to bust through that 140 level.
Yeah, I wouldn't play that. The puts are fucking crazy, much crazier expensive versus calls. I think they're not. I think they're not ready to.
SPY is
to
back
throw in the towel
testing
on this one yet.
the 20-15 moving average, 20-day 15
I was just
moving
looking
average.
at it earlier. That's why I said something.
So it is hitting some 15-minute chart support. Anonymous looking
Okay,
at
Trump
Rigetti
just said, "I'm
hourly
with
chart. Let's
Ukraine."
take a peek. RGTI.
Boom. There's your verdict.
He said what?
Yep, he
Yeah,
just
it's
said,
looking pretty
"I'm with
bearish right
Ukraine."
now.
This
Let me
guy,
pull it up on my
I
other
don't know
screen, do a little
anymore,
bit
bro.
more work on it.
He
Shit,
signed the rare
now
earth
I have
mineral
to
deal.
agree with Trump. That
Daily
sucks.
chart looking pretty bearish at this point, but you
They
are
have
testing
a
that
stake in the
wide
game
range
now. Like
bullish candle
they
reversal.
have that
So
rare
this
mineral
name
deal. It's kind of they
Rigetti
want
could
to
No,
actually
it has
get
see
a
nothing
fill.
to do with that.
bounce. You're
It's
testing, so it's
like
bounced substantially off of
he's
lows. I'd
looking
want
for
to see a
people to start
retest
doing
that
the
again
right
on an
thing,
hourly chart
right? To
basis,
try to,
maybe
if you have an
pierce it.
interest in ending the war,
But if you want to bottom
then
pick
let's
this
fucking end
one,
the
your
war.
clear defined
But
stop
if you're
loss is
looking
going to
to just
be
completely annihilate a
basically a
country,
close below this
he's
bottoming,
not
this
gonna
hourly
back
green
that.
impulse candle.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
your line in the
It was
sand if
the
you're
rhetoric
bullish.
did start
It would
shifting
be
around
better
once
if
they
it back
signed that
tested this
deal.
key zone, but
Yeah, but
it may not.
the
But
rhetoric was
Rigetti
that
could bounce
everybody
back
wanted
up to.
everybody wanted to
You're about
pin
to get a
like
crossover,
pin
a bearish cross of the
Trump
7 and
to
20
being on one
on the
side or the
daily
Yeah,
other
chart
against
here.
Russia.
when he needed to get the
But it
information
could easily back test this
needed for him to make
1207
his own
level,
decision
which is that
on the
20
fact of
day. So
matter
as this slopes
before he was
down
going to do it. And now you're going to see
over the next few
you're going to see
hours,
increased
you
sanctions
could
on
get another
Russia,
little
and there's going to be a lot of
continuation move to the
pressure on Putin
downside.
now, which is scary from a
So really,
geopolitical
it's a no
sense. But
touch
I
for
don't know
me
what
on
this guy's
Rigetti
capable
up
of.
until
Real quick, just kind of like a market overview. Real quick,
you
Microsoft
retest
looks
this low.
pretty bullish.
All right, or
Probably looks
even
more
better
bullish
yet,
than anything
this
in the
demand
mag.
zone down here at
Amazon looks
about
super
$11.
bearish, pulling back. You got the
Hope
Dow
that
pulling
helps.
back after having the nice push to the upside. IWM actually looks similar to
Let's look
Microsoft in its
back at
bullish nature.
SPY.
Google is getting a pretty decent push to the upside.
SPY is getting a nice
Tesla
little
still
push up
holding
here.
down around 314. You got Meta, look like it's trying to bounce, but I'm not really sure about Meta. NVIDIA pulled back, but it's trying to bounce. Apple pulled back and it's trying to bounce. Currently holding 203. NVIDIA 143. Looking at the VIX
Hood is
after
still under
having
pressure.
a pretty decent pop, pulled back a little bit and kind of holding, trying to hold 18. I mean, trying to hold 17 rather.
So Broadcom earnings today, there is a read-through on demand for custom ASICs from Google because Google is their largest custom ASIC customer.
Musk is
VIX looks like
pulling
it's
back.
about to the VIX looks like it's about to take that 17 out.
So Musk just posted that he never actually saw the bill and it was passed in the middle of the night, so that no one read it. So I think the tit for tat is going to escalate even more. This is funny. Musk following Trump's criticism. Whatever.
Listen, Trump, I'm very disappointed with Elon. I've helped him a lot. He knew the inner working of the bill better than anybody sitting here. He had no problem with it at all. All of a sudden he had a problem and he only developed the problem when he found out we're going to cut EV mandate. Elon responded false. This bill was never shown to me, even once. And we passed in
So
the
598 calls
and
did
was
Yeah,
passed
briefly
in the
exactly.
dead of the
go
night
in the
so
money
fast
there
that
on those
almost
zero
no one in
DTEs.
Congress could even read it.
Again, you're getting a bearish cross on the
Yep,
5-minute. We could potentially go
he's right.
lower, but when you look at the 15-minute, you had a nice sharp
He was
bounce.
even
This
Hourly chart
being
still looks like
interviewed
we need a little bit more backing and filling.
with Trump and said that there
So we
needs to
are
be
seeing a little
more
bit of rejection
cuts.
off of this previous little
I
resistance.
don't know. Did you guys watch
If we
the
can get above there and
the
consolidate, that would
kind
be
of
bullish.
retirement party when Trump launched for Elon?
I
And like
would put
every
a
time they'd
stop
ask
loss
Elon
on
a
these
question, Trump would just
598
answer it
calls.
for him.
I would put a stop
I
loss
mean,
on
he
these
knew, but
598
like I think
calls.
they definitely had their own
We're still in
conversations behind
profit on
closed
these.
doors.
Again, trimming on them is wise. They did briefly go in the money. But if you're not trimming, I would just put a stop loss on the 598 calls. So
I wonder how this is going to change the rhetoric around how like Tesla is the most American car manufacturer. Well, I mean it's still the case, but they won't get as much of a patriotism bid.
Yo,
Nvidia is
look at the
melting
sell
down a little
pressure on
bit.
Tesla
It's
right
going to
now.
apply a lot
If
of
this
pressure.
thing
Same thing
falls
with
under
Apple.
312.25, it's a problem.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not down even more. It's only down
Yeah.
$19. I mean, they should be down $80, right? Potentially.
And here we go again. It bounced right here again at this level.
It's a cult stock, right? Either you love it or you don't, basically.
Yeah.
But by the way, Tesla is one of the largest shippers of EVs, and that premium is shooting up. There has been way too many fires, so I think that premium per car is going up like 140% or something crazy like that.
For insurance?
Yeah,
Hmm.
you saw that recent one, right? There's a car there's a Costco carrier burning down off of Alaska.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's so I don't know whether that has any Tesla EVs, but the cargo carriers are raising the insurance companies are raising the premium for everyone, not just Tesla. So the entire shipment of EVs is going to have to pay, far more premiums than they were paying just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't think Tesla's going to hold up anymore.
Okay, yeah, here we go. It broke under that level for Tesla. 311. Look at this, bro. Holy.
I'm up 10% on my June 300 puts.
35% on the 280 puts.
I think I'm going to hold on to these for till after the event. Or the reported event. Tesla still hasn't confirmed it.
So what doesn't Kathy Wood have a price target of like $3,100 or something on Tesla? I mean, come on. I think she does that so it's just like clickbait, so people go to her ARC website and start buying the ARC funds or something.
She's got to show people that she's still doing work.
So what is everybody doing today as we go up the wall of worry, right? Are you guys selling calls or on your positions or just, buying the Qs? Buying SPY, thinking we're going to go to 600 tomorrow or today? You guys pretty much bullish sentiment here, sounds like.
I'm mixed on individual names. I have a short on the Qs for September.
Yeah, I'm not bullish.
Yeah, I've been selling calls against my positions here this morning.
Guys, the way Hood is falling here, we could potentially see a daily topping tail. I really have some minor support here at the 74.50 level. If we lose 74.50, it's a pretty hard fall down to $73, which is your prior day high.
Buy some puts.
No, I'm out
So
on my
Hood
calls.
could be
Yesterday
putting
I'm
in
not
a
I'm not
massive
touching
topping
most of
tail,
our calls right now.
just like we saw on HIMS not too long ago when we traded that intraday.
Yeah,
Just like we saw on Oklo. I mean, a lot of these stocks have very similar setups with these massive topping tails in place.
On AVGO, the premiums are pretty high.
So I like it a lot. I like Hood a lot. Come on, get us that topping tail.
Nice.
We printed in the morning on Hood. That was our A+ setup. We went back to the cookie jar a second time. We are already in profit on our shorts, common shares, and our puts. And I'm going to hold this one because I do think that we can go lower.
You already closed my UA.
Again, if you're wanting to trim on your puts, by all means, those are definitely a little bit more volatile. Take profits if you want.
That's what happened last time.
That is the prudent thing to do. Common shares, I'll ride those lower.
No, I was gonna say, so now that
Tesla's
we know
still
that
weak, SPY's looking
these two
weak.
guys are
I'm very close to getting stopped out of my SPY calls for break even. But nevertheless, Hood has been treating us very, very well.
Probably add more
trading at 74.66.
Pass it.
Hood is already falling sharply from the highs. Don't be the bag holder.
What Elon's doing is giving
on Hood, it's already down about 2.84% from the highs, and it's still positive on the session, showing a lot of distribution.
The bill.
This one can fall tremendously.
Man, the Democrats are probably
absolutely can fall tremendously.
Today.
NVIDIA really getting smoked here to the downside. Testing prior day high 142.39 on NVDA.
And then he jumped onto the Republican
I think you're
train.
reading too into that.
How?
Well, here, hold on. Before you respond on that, hey man, let me go ahead and tell you this. You do know that Donald Trump was also a registered and voting member of the Democratic Party not that long ago, less than 10 years ago. So, I mean, what are we doing here?
It's still pretty democratic in like some of those stances, Trump.
The base stance Democrats have is to have larger government and larger, spending around the government, and that's completely opposite to what Elon's kind of talking about. So he would never, he's never going to switch sides with this kind of talk.
Down. There goes Hood.
I think Elon just saw it as more of a opportunistic with the Republicans to get what he wanted pushed through. Like, I don't think he's as diehard.
$74 puts are coming in the money.
He's been talking about the
deficit. All right, SPY calls did stop me out at break even there. We are tumbling. Yep. Next support. There's not much support now down till 595.55. SPY could drop down to 595.55. There's not much support.
They're both psychopaths. If you
Up
think
until
about it,
that
I mean,
zone.
if you
Tesla
were
getting
to
pummeled.
diagnose them psychologically, they definitely have psychopathic qualities, narcissistic, right? At least, and it's just they just use each other for their own benefit, right? It is costly though for Tesla. I mean, you'd think that why isn't Elon Musk
Hood
more like
still
Sundar?
dripping lower,
Peacock,
spies
that the
dripping
Google
lower.
CEO, right?
Everything is
Just very
seeing
quiet,
some
methodical.
sell side
You know,
pressure.
Yeah, he loves
Nvidia
he
really
loves the
falling.
dips.
Tesla,
Apple's about
You
to
don't
go
do
I
that
mean,
negative.
unless
you
love it.
gotta realize the sell off in Tesla is basically that it came out yesterday that there's thought from government DOT of like the Texas government DOT that FSD is trash. So you got to reprice Tesla that FSD isn't what you thought it was.
$74 puts on Hood are
Yeah,
incoming.
that's like the entire growth play that they have
Exactly.
right now.
Circle started trading.
Locking in profit on my Xenia comments up 15%.
Circles
We've
ZENA
down
is starting to look like it's making an upside down U pattern on
15.26%.
15-minute time frame.
Those puts are juicy as
Did you
well.
sell your Babcock, man? That thing is tanking, bro.
And please hit that like. Check out our Telegram
That was a pump it.
streams
That was
where
a
we
pump and dump,
issue
guys. I mean, this thing
alerts for day
I'm still up
trading
2%
alerts
on
and swing
Babcock. What are
trading
you saying, Tank?
alerts.
there's a reason
Pull
why.
that back.
Look at the 10-year chart, guys, on this thing.
We
There's
issued
two
but
4
there's
week
news
puts
today.
yesterday. 150 puts deep in the
a-
money June 20th.
Look at
We
the volume.
issued
Man,
100 puts
look,
July
I'm still
3rd,
green on this
which are
motherfucker, man.
printing.
Yeah, I see circles open.
Realistically,
Yeah.
our only bad trade
Is it halted?
over the last sessions, we've had
I see it
multiple high flying winners.
90 cents.
The trade that's gone against us is Tesla in the near term.
halted on the upside.
That one's dipping into a level and overshooting some key weekly demand
What is
spots.
it? 2 halts and then they close it out for the day?
Come on,
I
Hood.
don't know the rule on that.
I think Circle will make it to $100.
Spies catching a minor little bounce here.
Tesla is
Wasn't there
still
someone
open.
saying that CoreWeave was going to like 198 today or something? I mean, come on, guys.
Come on, chill out. We don't. The fuck? Did you want to complain about anybody else's calls?
Here comes Hood, guys. $74 puts are getting in the money. There you go. $74 puts in the money for Hood.
We're all here. Just
Bam, bam.
Make a little bit of cash.
Tesla
Guys, I just
103
trimmed
today.
half of my $74 Hood puts
I don't want
at
any movement.
$4.15. And now the trade is pretty much risk-free. Still riding
Let me see what
half of my contracts lower.
I think we're gonna touch 300 today.
Yeah, these these 280s are up 70%.
Oh man.
Wild.
Oh shit, yeah, CoreWeave got through that 140 level.
Oh, look at Palantir too.
Palantir, it's dumping, right?
Yep.
It trades a lot like Tesla.
Yeah.
They kind of move in sync.
Good. Bouncing away.
Wow, Tesla
Can Hood go
closed
negative?
85.
That weekly chart. Look at this weekly resistance that
Good
Hood is
job on
into.
those Tesla puts if you play them. Congrats.
Let me actually pull it up on the
Yeah.
bigger chart here.
If you would have said that, good
Wow,
job
Hood is
before
just
Trump talked.
falling.
I
It's
wouldn't
crying.
I know.
It didn't
There
look
you
as good for
go.
me.
I know.
Magnificent trade on Hood.
Cut these 280s, but I was gonna hold them
So if
anyway.
we simply
into
draw
the,
a parallel
event.
channel.
Yeah, same.
That
I
high
wasn't
pivot
feeling
to
good
that
about
high
myself.
pivot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the brushing my ego on that one. That
Circles
was
back
So
open.
pivot low to
underneath
pivot low. Pivot high.
585.
80, it's 85.
All the way
85,
into
sorry.
that pivot
I'm-
high. We
It moved
shorted the
too
pierce
fast,
of that pivot
Monitor.
high and it's falling
it's going to 100.
tremendously. Look at
So
hood
Coinbase
tumble
is holding is
to the
700 million. They
downside.
just
My oh
3x
my, that is a
their
beautiful thing to
payout
see.
from Circle.
90.
Taking us
It
to the
just hit
promised land.
90.
Hood is going
Jeez.
deeply
Nice.
negative.
I'll keep my coin.
All of you could have printed with that, so we took it for 2% on the commons
Apple
in the
breaking down?
morning. We're up substantially again.
Apple is dumping.
Looks like the whole damn market is done. It looks like everything's breaking down and
Here we
dumping.
go.
Everything is dumping.
On our commons, we're already up
Market
3.41%
leader, Tesla.
and printing.
I don't know what's the
Look
running
at
joke,
us go.
Steve, for
Contracts we
market
took
leader?
at $3.40 when we issued the alert.
I
Contracts
don't
are
know
now
that it
trading
was
at
a running joke. I mean,
$4.50
I
and
made reference
printing.
to it the other day when it was
And we
actually
still
leading
have
the
June
market.
20th expiry on tap.
I
We
just
got
heard it on people's
time.
faces,
We got time.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet they
Core
heard me
weave now
say it
down
and then treated it as a
16%.
running
Tesla
joke.
down
Because,
7.
imitation is
Whoa.
the most sincerest form of
Markets are
flattery,
giving up a
right?
lot of price
They all just
action
want to
here.
just
We're coming
clown.
into
They want to
prior day
clown
low
me
on
and clown the
SPY,
space.
guys.
Whatever it
Prior
is,
day
what
low
it
on
is.
SPY
I
is
move
your
forward.
next big level here.
I let my money do the talking.
We're probably
Money
going to
talk. You ain't
breach
got
that
none.
prior day
End of
low
discussion.
as a form of liquidity.
Then
I'm going to
walk,
look to
bitch.
trade some common shares on the long side here
That
of
part.
SPY, guys. We are coming into this 595 zone. I'm going to trade some common shares long on SPY. Come on, give us a little bit more down. Look at
Hey man, your
frickin' hood
rubric
print.
RBRP
Oh my.
looks like it wants to shit the bed.
Sure does.
Everyone had the chance to catch that with us.
Yeah, those
We
puts are
telegraphed that
paying.
one from the start.
Dumper McDump.
These markets are just crumbling. Crumbling, crumbling, crumbling. Hood just keeps burning lower. Hood is just burning. Wow. Look at the dump. Holy moly. Prior day low being tested, guys. I'm about to enter long right off of this key trend line on SPY. Getting very, very close. That could have been the wick there, but I'm waiting. Closed all of my $74 hood puts. I closed them all from $3.40 a con to $5. Boom. Wonderful. And I just took some shares long on SPY down here. We're tapping that key trend line. We just kissed it. I'm long off of the 595.17. 595.17. It's a 1/3 position long. 595.17 long. SPY common shares. NVDA negative. Apple negative. Market is under a lot of pressure. Next ad level for me. $594.47 on SPY. And $593.96. So I'm just trading common shares long on SPY. We took profits off of our hood short. Still holding common shares, but what a dump. What a dump that is. So I'm long SPY off of this 595.17, just shares, common shares. Pretty big volatility range today in the markets, really big. But congrats if you took that hood trade, that was a money printer. What a trade on hood, guys. That was our trade. Our A+ setup in the pre-market, we discussed hood as our top trade. A hood short, we've traded it twice today. We traded a share short on the first morning scalp. We netted just over 2%. We took put options thanks to Anonymous calling out his put trade. I end up entering my own put trade. Rode those down for a lovely gain from $3.40 a con to $5. Trimmed all of those $74 puts in the money. I'm still holding common shares short. My average is 75.90 common shares short on hood. And this is a swing trade. I think that we have a little bit lower to go for hood, especially with this daily topping tail. I'm looking for this gap fill to be filled. Tesla's just melting away. SPY right now, we're trading long off of the 595.17. Let's put SPY on the bigger chart here. I repeat, I'm long SPY off of the 595.17 zone. And we have a clear trend line of support right now, but the markets are very vulnerable to going lower if this price action level is not defended. There should be some support here. So again, I'm just trading SPY right now with common shares long. Common shares long. Let's flip on a really sizable chart here, NVDA. Breaking down. NVIDIA is losing its pre-market low. NVIDIA is just melting away here. My next ad level's incoming, 594.17, guys. 594.17 is incoming. Look at this dump on SPY. All right, I just took another fill there on SPY. Wow, we are falling sharply here. So we have a 2/3 position long SPY, 2/3 position long SPY. My average on SPY right now, commons, is 594.78. 594.78. I could see us bouncing and retesting 595.49. That is your prior day low. Market makers are going to try to get it back up above prior day low. So again, my average on SPY, we're nicely green on the trade. 594.78 is my average. We have a 2/3 position long SPY. I repeat, a 2/3 position long SPY. Just with common shares. But that's a pretty hard dip. Now here's the interesting thing, right? Even with that type of bearish price action, whenever we're forming a bullish consolidation range at the high end of a range that's trying to break out, market makers want to shake people out of their long positions. I'm still in the camp. markets are going to break out to the upside and push much, much higher here. I am phenomenally bullish on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. And we've still been accumulating longs. We've taken some key shorts. We've added to positions, but I am still net bullish. And one of the reasons we're seeing such crazy volatility swings here over the last couple days is I firmly believe market makers are trying to shake people out of their long positions before we have a breakout to all-time highs. I think that this next breakout in the market is going to all-time highs in the market. And that's why we're seeing these crazy hard dumps, you know, for a move down from 598 to 594, $4 swings does scare a lot of people out of their positions. But on the 15-minute chart or the hourly chart of SPY, I'm just going to clean up some of these trend lines. We still have, even with this recent sell-off, we still have a potential higher low, right? So this low around 594 on SPY, we're still maintaining higher low structure. So I still remain bullish. I still remain, look at the bounce. Here we go. That's a pretty strong bounce on SPY. We'll see if we can get some more legs. It's trying to tap that prior day high. If we look at the resistance here on my other chart, I will flip it here for you. You can see prior day low on SPY is trying here. You're really, really trying to get back above that. That's the big level. But very, very good tradable ranges. Pretty strong tradable ranges on SPY. All right, so we are up nicely so far on the 2/3 position. I'm still seeing Tesla under immense pressure. That appears like it wants to get to its gap fill. We'll see. Bitcoin now down 1.26%. A lot more red on the screen. CoreWeave still down 15. Take a look at Hood. Hood just keeps melting, so that's the gift that keeps on giving. Hood just keeps melting away. Again, my average on SPY is sitting at 594.78 on common shares, 594.78, 2/3 long position. We could be putting in an inverse head and shoulders here on the 1-minute SPY chart. That should give us a nice little catapult higher. If that's the case, we could see a move to 596.60. Come on, SPY. I'm going to make sure I don't lose on this trade. I'm moving a stop loss, break even, 594.78, break even stop loss on my SPY common shares. I'm just using proper protective risk management since we're in profit. And if we dip lower, say to back to double bottom, you know, even if we break our if we breach my 594.78 stop on SPY and we flush back down to 594.47, I'll start accumulating there. I will start accumulating around 594.47 again if we breach that zone. Still in. It's about to wick me out. So it did get stopped out there for a break even. On SPY, I'll look to reaccumulate if we pierce this 594.47 zone. Nice job, Anonymous. Up on your puts. Good job. Good job. All right, guys, I just took another stab, 2/3. I'm looking at a 2/3 position. I've just accumulated my first entry. My first entry long on SPY at 594.38. 594.38 long. 1/3 position long on SPY. My next fill would be around 593.96 and 593.47. So that was telegraphed there. We are getting a minor bounce. But I'm in my first little position with an even better average. So we didn't lose anything on that trade. We used the proper risk management. And we're back in a long position trying to scalp this bottom. Again, it's a starter position. I will add at 593.96 and 593.47. So still trying to play this bounce in the market. This is what traders like, is volatility. We need volatility. We're still forming potentially a higher low on SPY. There we go. We're getting a little bit of a bounce. Still potentially forming an inverse head and shoulders. You think 290 is a good entry to add for Tesla? Yeah, it's a beautiful entry right through that liquidity gap. I might have been a bit early to Tesla, but we still got time. We still got time. That's really been my only bad trade of the week. It's been, I hate to say it and knock on wood, pretty flawless here in the live day trade room for the most part. Realistically trade it, and it's a swing trade, I mean, so we got some time on that. All right, so SPY is getting a nice bounce here, testing the neckline of this inverse head and shoulders. Let's see if we can get some follow through. If we break out, we should see 596.40 on SPY. Give us a little bounce here, SPY. Give us a little bounce. So the same thing, guys. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on my SPY common shares here. So my average is 594.38. Break-even stop loss, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And if we wick below this, then I start accumulating back sub 594. My first buy would be around 593.96. So if we get stopped out and make new lows, I look to start buying around 593.96, okay? CoreWeave still down 15. IWM is the only green indice at this point. SPY and Qs have gone negative. SPY is getting a nice little bounce. Beautiful little breakout there on SPY. Stunning breakout. We are deep in the money. I'm now going to trail my stop loss. I'm putting at 594.82. 594.82 stop. I'm protecting the trade in profits. Can't believe it's only 1 o'clock. We've had this much action today. Honestly, I'm still in the camp that we can keep trending higher. I know we've had pretty big dips, but realistically, we've also had very, very big rallies to the upside. So the nice bullish aspect that I see in SPY on this 15-minute chart, let me just close these key moving averages so it's a little bit easier. SPY had that big sell-off in the morning. Then it had a big rip to the upside. Then it had another big dump. But the thing about this rally is it made a higher high. The thing about this fall is it made a higher low. That is still technically bullish structure. Despite it being a vicious fall, a hard fall to the downside, the market is showing absolutely bullish structure. It's maintaining its higher low and higher high pattern. Even with all the bloodshedding in a couple individual names, the markets are still looking and appearing to trend higher in my opinion. This is why I remain long. So let's see if we can get some continuation upside move. Realistically, the resistance that I only see for SPY now, if we can close above this previous little pivot, I see resistance all the way up here at 596, 597 again. So SPY is just absolutely flying right now. All right, so trade is in profit. Really, really healthy to see. Everyone could have caught that trade. You had plenty of time. I mean, you look at how we tested this area once. So you had really 1, 2 minutes here, 3, 4, 5, about 5 minutes to enter this trade with us. And we called it out here live on the stream. All for free. We gave you our reasons why. And now we're already in profits with the trade risk-free, and we could trend into the rest of the day. How crazy would it be if the markets floated right back to the highs? That would be a clinical tactic used by market makers to shake people out. Like I said, we've been getting very volatile in this upper boundary range. We've been seeing a lot of sharp sell-offs, quick rallies, sharp sell-offs, quick rallies, sharp sell-offs, quick rallies, sharp sell-off, quick rally. And that is designed to be distribution and accumulation patterns. Two things you should know as a trader. When you see distribution and accumulation, specifically at a very bullish range, market makers want to break this market out. They're just trying to shake people out of their longs. I'm a firm believer of that. I've been throwing my conviction for the last few weeks with this market. And like I said, when this type of volatility and we're not really violating any sort of main pivot lows, market makers are just shaking people out of their positions. They're causing people to chase. Many traders aren't reacting this quickly watching the charts like us. Look at that. What a bounce, guys. What an epic bounce. Huge, huge bounce. Stunning. Very stunning. Minor resistance here at this pivot, this 596 level. I'm still long and strong. We almost picked the exact bottom off of this trade. Again, the prudent thing on a $1.54 bounce on SPY is to trim, but I'm going to be greedy. We've had a really solid day today, and I'm going to be greedy. We've got to break even, so the trade is risk-free. The smart thing would be to trail this up higher. I will move my stop loss up a little bit. I'm probably going to put it right here around 595.19. But excellent trade. If you caught that with us, Anonymous saying NVIDIA full cycle, wow, I have vertical raise dating back months at 140.76 and 144. Yep. There's a lot of interesting levels. A lot of interesting levels in this market. Costco's still dumping tremendously here. First Solar still holding steady. XYZ still holding steady. Trying to participate in the small little bounce. NVIDIA had an epic bounce. Beautiful little trading session yet again. Profits. Just hit profit target 1. I just trimmed up there. That was your inverse head and shoulders target. You simply take the measured move of this inverse head and shoulders from your little neckline pivot here to your breakout zone, and you can see we've hit that target to a T. I trimmed half of my SPY shares there. A lovely gain. Lovely gain. $2 move to the upside for us. Stunning price action. I still have some runners. I'm going to leave my stop loss on the other half here at 595.19. All right, guys. Another winning trade on the session. Congrats if you caught that with us. Again, it was all called out here live on the trading stream. Printing today. From the likes of our SPY calls that went up over 130%. Hood, short, hood put, SPY long. Things have been working for us here. Beautiful. All right, guys, I'm going to take my hands off the wheel here. I'll try to come back for power hour, but I've got some stop losses in place, SPY runners in place. We're looking for this market to keep trending into the afternoon session. Thank you all. We'll tune you into another traders group here. But that was a classic day tradable bounce. I hope you are all able to catch that with us.
Are you kidding me? Do you guys know anyone that's like obsessed with this Oatly brand? My wife is like obsessed with this stuff. I
You
mean,
said
she bought
Oakley or Oatly?
Oatly.
Something like
It's a oat
oat
milk.
milk.
It's a oat milk brand.
oh
Yeah.
okay.
I
Is
heard
it,
it's got it's so unhealthy. It's just sugar and vegetable oil, basically.
dude? My wife is upset. I don't know if you guys know anybody, but I mean, we buy it constantly, and it's. I think it's what the baristas use at Starbucks as well. I'm just wondering if this is becoming like a really popular brand or not. I know it is in my house.
Drink whole milk, man. It's gonna be healthier for you.
So
Yeah, I do. I don't drink it.
MP materials, that is breaking through a weekly resistance level. I got 27 as a weekly resistance level that it is breaking through with increased volume.
Monitor, the bigger news out of like something like Apple is them of this App Store stuff that's going on right now to bring more their anti-competitiveness of how they do, like how they charge with their App Store. I think there's gonna be some scrutiny into it.
Look, I do not get Apple's valuation, right? If you're gonna beat up, others on similar news, like I remember the settlement years ago with Google. I think Google paid like 6-7 billion to settle with EU. So they either Apple is gonna pay off big amounts of cash, or they're gonna get, they have to change their store policy. In which case, margin on the services side is going to start going down. And if they lose the 25 billion that Google provides them annually, and they get much less money from Google, services margin is going to fall off the cliff. I do not get how you can pay 35 times forward for Apple. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
It's already zero growth company without any of these problems in services. Services is the only reason it's actually positive growth. You take that out, you're going to see company, reducing in size by, 3, 4, 5% a year.
Yo, for that Oatly company, seems like they're Swedish based. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of flavor text around it.
Ah,
Just
man.
seems kind of like whatever.
Wait, were you saying something about Oatly?
Yeah, I just looked a little bit more into it. Seems like they're a Swedish based company.
Yeah, I mean, my wife, she, like I said, she loves this stuff, and we buy it, and it seems to be pretty consistently bought out at the grocery store where I go. I mean, I'm just thinking about, like On Cloud is like a new brand entering our world. I'm just wondering if this Oatly brand is going to be continue to be or grow to be a very popular brand in America.
They just continue to fucking just bleed money.
Who, Oatly?
Not a yeah. It's not a viable. Not a
Yeah, I know.
viable business.
And then there's issues like that. Yeah, you're right.
Their product offering's pretty small as well at this point.
Yeah, it's de minimis.
All right.
They spend a lot on marketing though. That's probably why they're bleeding.
I just closed these Norwegian Cruise Line calls for 2027, up 45%. Shout out to Cheese for helping me with this one. This is one I brought up to Cheese a while ago. We did a nice analysis on this. This could go to over 20, this could go to 30. So over 2048, it could go to 30. But Norwegian Cruise Line is up almost 7% today. So you guys can watch that one.
Yeah, if the news about OPEC oil increase in production, they're talking 800,000 barrels at the next meeting. You're going to see oil prices pull back another $3, $4, $5. That is great for all the cruise lines.
Yep, that'd be perfect. get back in over 2048, 2050.
Oscar's looking pretty constructive again. I mean, they've had that rip, but they pulled back a bit. But I think they'll finish hopefully around 1650 by the end of the day.
I'm buying some core weave lottos for tomorrow.
Downside?
No. Upside.
Good thing about the good
155s and 160s.
Yeah, that core weave looks like it's going for gold.
So going back to Oscar a bit, since January, it's been consolidating into this channel that it's found since the pullback. So to me, as long as it continues to channel sideways in this little range, it's prone to just break out and have an explosive move to the upside,
So
closing the year out.
my wife, when I said that my wife said it sucks, she was saying that they don't cover anything, which I guess is good for them and for equity holders. That's better for business, I'm guessing. I just wanted to clarify.
The reason I went with these core weave calls is I took a look at the July chain, right? And if you look at the money, the 140s, like at the money, calls are only $19. The price you pay for puts is $32. That's a significant skew. So that means they're not done fucking ramping this. So then I looked at lottos for tomorrow, and I looked at the open interest. And for tomorrow, it looks like there's negative gamma support at 140, and they're buying this chain, all the way up, like past 160. So and the IV for like the 155s is like 176 versus, I mean, I guess you got similar IV on the put side, but that longer dated price skew just tells me that I don't think it's done going up.
When did you get your lottos for?
Let's see here.
I see a big position for 145 for tomorrow.
I bought the combo, 155 160s for $2. Right now the 155s are going for $1.25, and the 160s are going for about 80 cents.
But you got for tomorrow's expiration or for the 13th?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Looks like Tesla is about to retest the lower day.
Let's go.
There's just still too much gamma above for tomorrow's expiry that I'd like to play it to them to just keep this fucking trekking up.
Uber execs want to get 50% of customers using both rides and deliveries. Reported by Wall Street Engine.
Yeah, so yesterday I shorted Tesla and went long Uber. So I'm still in those Uber 100 calls for January 2026.
I'm hoping they squeeze IoT today on earnings up to the 55 range, and I'll be looking to short that thing. Samsara.
What kind of company is this? IoT.
Internet of Things. I don't know.
Okay. Look at this one.
Just I don't really know
Samsara.
anything about it. Just the positioning.
Yeah, it's a company called Samsara. SAMSARA.
Palantir down 5%. Palantir is something to keep an eye on for the downside. I think it still has room to go. Hood had a double bottom on the 10-minute.
Considering playing the bounce.
I'm already in Hood calls. I'm just calling that out for others in the room. I have 80 calls for end of June.
That is something. That is something you guys could look at. Like if you're bearish on something that's kind of run parabolic, like look at look at what the price of the options are like 1 and 2 months out, and see if they're close to being like the same price for a call versus a put, because there's the skew premium does matter, because if it's expensive, then people will be buying less amount of puts versus what they could buy for calls, right? So that usually gives me a hint of whether I should, maybe if I'm bearish on something, maybe, just wait it out to see that call the put skew settles down a bit.
So like on CoreWeave, I see for August 15th on the put side, it's at $47 for 140, and for 145, it's at $19. Is that kind of what you're?
No,
Yeah,
the
same.
call versus the put. So the 140, what's the call, like whatever
Oh,
the
for the same strike.
yes, that tells
Okay.
you what the skew is.
So for 140, it's $47 for the puts and $21 for the calls.
So you're paying like if and CoreWeave is about 140, yeah. So you're paying double. You could buy 2 calls for the price of 1 put.
I see. So yeah. So people will naturally go towards the call side.
Yeah, well,
instead of
market
taking
makers
that.
are basically, pricing it so that, people are more enticed to buy the calls. That's why I said I don't think they're done trying to run this up.
That's cool. It's super interesting.
So yeah, take that for what it's worth. I've been looking at this stuff a long time. It's kind of worked out in that skew thinking has saved me a lot of times.
So Bull Bear gets to come in and do his. This is not a Discord. You're not paying for this. It's all free. Just messing with you.
You guys know how I feel about that already.
No, thanks for having me, man.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back later. Thank you so much. It's been
All right.
fun as always.
Good having you, Manative.
Yeah, thanks for your insights.
Oh, Palantir's still dropping. Let's go. Oh my gosh.
I mean, if you get Congress on a crusade to get them out of government data, that's like how much of their growth is that?
I mean, that was like
They
that
brag.
was the big bullish argument everybody kept selling.
I'm gonna pull up their earnings slides because they do break that down a lot.
And if you wanna leave, I can guarantee you won't find nobody else like me.
I'm flat M.
I appreciate you biting the bullet for me.
Well, I might get back in, but like I got stopped out at break even. I mean, I took a little tiny profit. Actually made $300, but like it's not.
Palantir's about to make a new low. Uber is in the study phase of using stable coins as a payment vehicle. Uber coins.
Okay, so Q1 revenue from Palantir of U.S. government was 373 million. Their total revenue was 883. So almost half of that is U.S. government.
Let's see. Pulled it up on value since government revenue is 54.8%.
Circle Internet shares first day of trading surging now by 198%. They were as much as 235% after the company and some of its shareholders raised nearly
Oh, why
1.1
is there
billion.
140 lot chasing this thing up on NQ? What are you doing?
Man, CRCL on the
42%.
ticker up now by 198%.
I don't like that.
Rizzo.
Nasdaq
I don't even know what happened to Rizzo. He like went for a walk or something.
advancing by 6 points. Wall Street refraining from
Oh,
making
somebody
big bets.
just filled 140 lots.
Got the S&P up 7, a gain there of 0.1%. The Dow up 110, up 0.3. Nasdaq up 200, up 22 for the Nasdaq Composite Index. That is a gain of 0.1%. 10-year 4.39%. The 2-year yield 3.92%. Gold is down $20 the ounce. Spot gold right now down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%, 63.29 a barrel on WTI. Tesla shares are sinking as Elon Musk and President Trump.
Gosh, this is getting wild. It's back and forth. Right under the 50% retracement on both ES and NQ. Just chilling right below them. Almost there. What a melt up. This last, what is this? This lasts like 30 minutes, basically 20 minutes.
Solar.
It's barely been up.
What's solar doing, BK? Palantir made a new low.
Palantir.
Solar names are ripping.
Oh, it's 55% is government revenue, 42% is U.S. government revenue.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just looking at totals.
But yeah, I guess it's same outcome pretty much. It's a big chunk.
This would be a very convenient time for Minx to come back.
It would be.
This would be the time of day she shows back up too.
Need some sort of outsized move outside of this gross consolidation we're in.
Ooh, Elon just renamed it the Big Ugly Bill.
The Big Ugly Bill. Come on, give me a trim here.
Yep, Circle's up another $10 from when we last talked about it.
Nice.
Over VWAP on his first day. I mean, that's your all history buyers there.
For a circle, it's getting pretty vertical, eh?
What's a guy got to do for a 20-point scalp here? There it is. All right, well, there's a trim at 20 points.
Nice.
Come on, Minx, crash your car into the garage. Hurry up. So BK, you were saying 42% of total revenue, or how much of that?
42% of their total revenue, 42.19 technically, is from the U.S. government.
By the way, I'm short here.
Welcome to the party, Knots.
Damn
Which
right.
Where you been?
I've been grinding, baby.
This keep round tripping is a major win for that opening tick.
True. We're just below open here.
Oh, yes, held what I didn't want it to. I don't know. Palantir is absolutely just paying me. Oh my god, up 87%. Let's go.
In a 4-hour order block, if it gives up 121, the next one starts at 117.
Still Bill.
we got here?
We got a nice condor day.
It's interesting. VIX is like not doing anything today.
No. Just chilling. We're just chopping around. Jeez. Haven't quite hit that 50% retracement.
See if we drop below.
Man, market can't slow down. I've drank 2 coffees today. I'm all jacked up on Tim Hortons. And this guy said, I wonder what Elon Musk feels about this big, beautiful bill. Any thoughts? Come on, come on. Roll, roll, roll.
Come on, roll. Come on.
She is trying.
All right. I just got my trim there. It's 35 points. I'm out half.
Nice.
Nintendo launching its highly anticipated Switch 2 last night, 8 years after the release of its last console. And I guess that's why you camped out for 2 months. As Steve Kovac just reported, now we all want to know about, what was his name? Chip something? Steve? Yeah, so what was happening was people were out there for 2 months just to have the honor of being in person. Like, Kelly, you don't actually need to wait 2 months to do that. They're going through a reservation system. That said, the store has been bumping all day. I've been out here since 6 in the morning. They're all here for the Switch 2. This is a $450 console launching today.
Not right back to the chop. Come on now.
Yes. Jordan.
Yes, sir. What'd you do?
Just look who's in the audience.
You're what?
Look who's in the audience.
Oh.
I got it.
found two stragglers. I found a minx and I found a bishop.
Yo.
Oh.
Hey.
Just gotta get Minx to figure out how to unmute and say hi. This market's dropping 20, 30 points immediately.
Hi guys.
There it is. All right.
Hello.
Hey.
Get ready, boys.
Oh boy.
Where are we? I haven't even.
Minx, you missed like top
I
tick the
see
short
that.
almost on a yes.
Wow, that's amazing. I can't believe I missed all of that.
Okay. Yeah. Where were you, Pilates?
Yeah, and then I had to go get something done.
I mean, the reason we're chopping is because Rizzo left and you left.
Oh my God, look at
Let's
that.
go, Minx. Let's go, Minx.
I'm all in.
It never fucking fails. Fuck, Minx, you're the best. Oh my God, just hello. Immediate drop.
I'm not short NQ, but I'm long SPX puts. Come on, baby.
70 is the midpoint
Drop
of
it.
gamma. If he gets below that, the 40 is what has to catch it. Some kind of FDA headline out.
By the way, I'm in Tesla calls. I already got 15% in them, but doing the 315s for this week.
Give it up. Give it up.
Come on, Minxie. Bishop, I bought some TSLL. I've been buying it all throughout this drop.
Oh
Just
yeah,
staying away from the theta.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I want to start loading up on Tesla shares since it dropped out over here. Who knows? Maybe Elon Musk might actually go back to being quiet again, and then the breakup that happened between Trump and Elon Musk will be quiet for a few months. But one can dream.
One can dream.
I mean, I had the 320 and the 310 puts for Tesla. Yesterday I got the 320s. Today I got the 310s. Got them each around like $1.80. The 320 puts are now at $23, and the
There's
310 puts are
50-point
at
gain. I just got
$10.
my next trim on NQ. Sorry, Bishop.
Nice,
Yeah,
very nice.
And thank you, Minx.
You're welcome.
710's my last trim, and then I'll let it go to new lows. Look at this. If you were short with me, you're
Secret.
welcome for summoning the secret weapon demon that kills markets. I mean that in a positive way, Minx.
I guess.
Get 2 pairs of glasses and an eye exam starting at $89.95, or 2
Knots,
pairs
you
of
still in?
for $159.95. America's best.
Oh yes, I'm up 70% on my options, and up 35 points in my short.
Palantir puts her at 91%. Ugh, NVDA looks gross. Costco new low. What else is at the lows?
I'm out 90% on my SPX SPX
Boom.
puts. 90%.
This is the ledge right here, Frank. right here, 70. This is the neutral gamma. Under this, it's 50 and 40.
I got volatility puts too, so or calls.
Yeah.
UVXY calls. I have like 4 positions in them.
UNH and CVS are getting smoked. Oh, UNH, ouch.
My early ambition was to cover the news. I looked up the definition of ambition in the dictionary, and it said
Oh shit! I forgot a string on that.
requires determination and hard work. And I
I don't know,
certainly think
BK, are you here?
anyone who watches CNBC.
I'm
Did you see
here.
that headline? I just heard it. It was something about FDA group or something with
The ambition is sort of
the headline around health stuff.
business.
I didn't catch it.
Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
Filled.
Oh, here we go. Chatter of cuts to Medicare budget or cuts to Medicare.
And welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Alongside Kelly, I am Brian Sullivan.
But they said the big beautiful bill won't do that.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
It's the big ugly bill.
That would kill it. That's fake news.
And welcome back, by the way. Before we get to all of that, let's check on the market, which have been gyrating. Stocks briefly gained on that Trump sheep haul news, just the fact that they had it. We heard the U.S. readout maybe a little more optimistic than the Chinese side. Nevertheless, markets giving back some of that. We're trading a little bit sideways as we await tomorrow's big job report. And John,
Elon Musk unfollowed Charlie Kirk. Okay. Oh, Elon just put out a poll. Who called? Somebody on Spaces the other day called that Elon was going to start a third party. Who was that?
Oh.
Oh my gosh. That's right on, because look at that.
Yo, Knots, you the guy with me in Oscar?
I'm gonna answer yes for him since he's not here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we were talking about Oscar
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, dude, I got into those shares last year. I kept on adding. My average is pretty low, man. It's like down to $11. We got pretty nice today.
Oh, wow, we are
There we
coming
go,
down.
Meeks.
We are
You.
rolling.
That's my
Minx
last
came
Trump
in and
710.
got her done.
Oh my God, Minx.
I just wish I was here for the start of it, you know?
Minx, you're the absolute best. So the Bloomberg report is that there's Medicare cuts to pay for the tax bill. That's what Bloomberg's got out right now.
Is that on page 9,999?
I don't know. I asked Perplexity. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is really wild, huh?
Oh, Jordy. Oh my
Bye
God.
bye.
Fucking, is this what it feels like to be Kobe Bryant for a day?
Yep.
I don't even
Hey,
want to trade tomorrow because I guarantee like I'm gonna have a revert to the mean on my trading.
Right.
My P&L is gonna revert to VWAP if I trade tomorrow.
QQQ puts are up 110% here.
Beautiful knots.
Thank you, Minx.
Minx is the best.
I wish I ate with you guys. see.
Oh man. Well, if you guys are in the Discord, Minx said hello 5 minutes before she came on here, so I knew she was coming. If this thing rugs to new low, this will be my biggest day ever.
Let's go. That's what I like to hear.
I don't even know where I put my profit trade.
Your range low to watch would be that 59.50s.
See, Frank, that was the ledge right there.
Yep, it was. You're right.
It could have held though. I mean, to be fair, obviously.
Of course.
AB just gave Elon the word I can't say of the day. Oh yes, come on.
He's doing it.
It was giant head and shoulders. Oh my god.
On NQ,
Yes. On NQ and ES. And NVIDIA. Tesla looks like it got its right shoulder blown off. NVIDIA new low of day. Oh, Microsoft might be the most resilient stock in the whole market.
Yeah.
Oh my
It held
god.
them eyes.
Oh, yeah, this is 100% better than Kim and Kanye.
What? What's going on?
Oh, you weren't here. I said earlier, this is the this breakup's better than Kim and Kanye.
So who broke up with whom? Let's
See, that's what you
Elon
never
Musk.
know.
Ron.
Think that Elon would be Kanye in this scenario. So Trump is Kim Kardashian.
Oh.
Oh, come on, just let it go. Just
Oh, buddy, here they go to rinse it.
fucking just rinse it. These the Bears can't make this layup. Like, God, I don't know.
Defended. A call positions are favored here. Common shares long are favored here again. We traded this area pretty much back here, about an hour ago, and we netted a healthy profit. So this is the area that they want to see the bulls defending yet again, because this would continue your higher low, although it does look like a potential head and shoulders on the smaller term time frames. Once again, I'm going to say I remain net long this market and still exceptionally bullish. I think that they're just trying to shake people
I'm
out of their
sweating.
longs before we break out of this consolidation to move higher, because once we do break, I mean, we got some much higher targets on tap. We're looking at a 608 on SPY as my intermediate
Why are you
target,
sweating?
and then even a
I was
660
watching
target
Cubs.
by year end. So naturally,
I thought you were sweating.
market makers want to shake people out.
You
So
know,
I'm
maybe that's
looking at
from somebody's
potentially
head. I don't know
scalping
who's that.
SPY long here
Hey,
yet
Knott's
again.
in
I'm
there.
just seeing how we
Knott's mine now. I do not.
Knott's,
react
what
at
movie
this
is that from?
particular level. Tesla going for another new low of day. Bitcoin's trading at the low of the
Oh,
session.
Cold Shoulder from Knott's. Fuck Oscar. Fuck Rivian.
Cold. Cold.
Well,
NVIDIA down by
Times
about
goes to
0.92%.
Damn.
SPY
BK probably
catching
knows that
another
movie.
little bid. So the winning trades today, we caught a beautiful
Touch my
SPY
drum set.
long common
Why are you all
shares.
sweaty?
The SPY
I'm
calls,
dodging
the hood
cops.
shorts, core
I
weave,
remember that scene.
members.
I feel like I know
That specific part.
Will Ferrell's in it.
I know you touched my drumstick. I'm gonna go put my nutsack on your drum set.
Aren't they doing a Napoleon Dynamite 2?
Are they? That's gonna be. They'll absolutely ruin it. That's one of those movies I don't think you can remake. Kind of like Dumb and Dumber, that you couldn't remake it. Like all the follow-ups sucked.
JP saying bullish Tesla flow, a lot of calls being purchased. We just pierced that psychological 200 number.
I guarantee
You
somebody
look
in the
at
comments
Tesla,
says
it's
that.
coming right into that daily
Tesla
chart
below
gap fill.
300.
So Tesla is
Oof.
coming into that
There
daily
we go.
chart gap fill.
Pennington down in the comments got the exact GIF on here.
So that is a big level on Tesla. We'll see how it wants to
Mikey
react
D
around
got it
this
too.
gap.
There we go.
But
Step
definitely a
brothers, of
lot of
course.
calls being purchased. The gap, you probably are set for a bounce there at the gap fill, but just keep in mind it can't overshoot to 291.
NVIDIA new low again. Tesla's ooh,
Bitcoin selling off hard, breaking
ooh.
102.
Walmart
Nice
made a
trade
new
there,
low.
Sarfraz. So far, you are
Close the market.
in the green, I'm sure. All right, S&P still trying to come a little bit lower here. NVIDIA still trying to come lower.
What time is it? We still got almost 2 hours?
Oh yeah.
What? What are we doing?
Apple trickling down.
There they go, low a day.
Come on, take it. New low, new low.
Interested in going long SPY again. I'm getting very interested in taking a long on
It's 120
SPY.
points as I
It's
trim here.
retesting that same entry that we had a wonderful trade against.
Maybe take some off.
Let's see if we want to sweep this little 594.25 zone.
But I think you can get going to that
I'm getting very
635 if you
intrigued.
break this low.
All right, I'm going to start a 1/3 position on SPY. I'm going to actually pick up some, let's look at the chain here. I'm going to pick up some SPY 0 DTE call options. I'm looking at 595s. I repeat, I'm looking at SPY 595 calls. But I'm looking for us to potentially test this double
Is someone
bottom.
taking a bath?
No, that's my commercial.
Or maybe even sweep these pivot lows. Here guys, I just took a stab at some SPY 595 calls, high risk. I took a stab at SPY 595 calls, high risk. These are 0 DTE trades, so size them for absolute loss there. So I got filled at 52 cents a contract. This is a 1/3 position. 52 cents a contract. 1/3 position. SPY 595 call. 52 cents a contract. Let's play ball. All right, we're getting a nice little bounce here. Come on. So we need 595. Next support, if we breach this high pivot, is realistically your upsloping trend line, which puts SPY down today at around 590. I'm finding it hard pressed to hit that, but stranger things have happened. Okay? I'm not looking to add any more. I mean, you have some support here too. This was actually your previous volume gap here, so I'd consider adding into this volume gap another batch of contracts if need be. But we are getting a nice, tremendous bounce so far in SPY. Contracts are now up 10 cents per share, sorry, per contract. Come on. Come on, SPY. Keep bouncing there. Keep bouncing. Look at that nice little tail candle forming. We are ripping here to 595. Our 595 calls are absolutely printing here. Come on, keep going. Keep going. We telegraphed that one. Nope, that was a terrific bounce. You look at what type of support we had there. Hourly breakout candle, rejection candle, volume zone. 595 calls are looking to get in the money. That was close. That was close. All right, it's pretty prudent to protect profits. My average is 52 cents. Contracts are trading at 79 cents. Huge gain there. I'm going to trim half of my contracts here at 80 cents. I'm moving stop loss to break even. Trade is now risk free. Thank you very much. Wonderful trade. Boom. Epic, epic trade. So that was a quick within minutes. Within 3 minutes, made a nice 52.5% gain there. And we're still climbing. And that was telegraphed. Contracts are still climbing. Let's see if we can get a double. Come on, get these 595s in the money and press. I want these 595s in the money. Look at that liquidity sweep. This is what market makers love to do. They make a lower low. They sweep this liquidity. How many people have their stop losses piled in there? Boom, they sweep that liquidity, pile it in. Let's see if we can create a right shoulder consolidation. Create a little bull flag on the 1 minute. Press higher back into 595.70. Come on. Keep praying. You know you got more, SPY. You know you got more. Tesla filled its gap. Look at that wonderful tag of the gap fill there for Tesla. Can it find some legs off of this level? We will find out. Bitcoin still finding a bit of support. Let's look at Mr. NVDA. NVIDIA had a huge washout candle. Our 144 calls July 3rd went briefly in the money today, and they've just fallen $4 in quick succession. Quite incredible volatility. I appreciate that. Thanks, Anonymous, for the call. Appreciate that. Hopefully you guys were able to catch that. Look at these calls. They're going to get in the money for sure. They're just printing, trading at 89 cents now. Can we get to $1.04? That would be 100% gain on my contracts. That would be two 100% SPY trades in the live day trading room. All here, called out live, telegraphed, and scripted. Beauty. Beauty trades. NVIDIA is still trying to bounce. Really a weak bounce in Tesla. Nothing firming up there. Let's take a peek at Apple. Apple's putting in quite a substantial long 15-minute tail candle. Let's look at Mr. Softy, Microsoft. Look at that bounce in Microsoft. My, oh my. Let's look at Meta. Meta putting in a little bit of a 15-minute reversal. SPY 595 calls are almost in the money. Trading at 95 cents. Boom. They go in the money. Thank you very much. Nice little trade there. 595 calls are in the money. Let's see if we can get a bit more though. Trading at 92 cents. We could see a little bit of backing and filling off of this 595 level as people take profits. Again, I'm still riding my position. I'm going to move my stop loss up. I'm going to put a stop loss around 70 cents on my contract. 70 cents. So my 595's hard stop at 70 cents, protecting the second half regardless of what the outcome is. But again, I still think that SPY, based off of where we're trading and how ferociously we're bouncing, SPY could easily have a bounce back to 595.60. You'll have some resistance at 595.50. That's another prudent profit-taking zone. This is a huge 15-minute reversal candle. Where I think SPY could actually end the session today. What time is it? 2:24. I mean, we would have to have a ferocious rally to push back to the highs, but SPY could push back to 597 today. There's certainly a possibility. But look at these calls. They're absolutely printing. We're well up over 100%, guys, and climbing on these SPY calls. Wow. Sometimes 0 DTEs just work, and they're just absolutely working. We haven't really taken a dip on these calls. Trading at $1.09, 2-cent spread. Again, this is a little minor resistance zone. If you haven't taken profits up over 100% on 0 DTEs, something is wrong with you. But again, we should press a little bit higher after some backing and filling on the 1-minute chart. We should press a little bit higher. And for educational purposes, if you don't know what a liquidity sweep is, this tail candle on SPY, that's exactly what defines a liquidity sweep. If you had to see a textbook picture, a technical picture of what a liquidity sweep looks like on the smaller term time frames, you get a high volume breakdown with an epic sharp reversal back to the high side. Magnificent price action, guys. Tesla still hasn't even bounced, even with the bounce in SPY. Tesla still has not bounced. NVDA bouncing. Apple bouncing quite sharply. Apple trying to recover back above prior day low. That would be nice. Let's take a peek at Bitcoin. Sharp little 15-minute reversal on Bitcoin. Hourly chart trying to form an hourly bottoming tail. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still remaining firm near the highs of the session. Relatively speaking, the IWM is quite bullish still. Very, very bullish. Let's look at Google. Any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, just let me know. We can quickly do a run through while we're managing this long SPY call. That was a stunning execution. Billy saying silver breaking out. Let's quickly take a peek at silver. Silver is breaking out. It's been strong all session. So yeah, silver has had a technical breakout on the daily chart. A clear breakout. Anonymous saying I'm just so confused because of silver too. So silver forecasts that obviously we know it's used as a monetary hedge against currency debasement, at least 50% of it, and then the other 50% comes from that industrial demand. So it's obviously the economy still acting okay, industrial demand spiking. And remember, gold's had a bull run, so typically silver lags behind gold in these bull runs, and then silver ends up playing catch up. So if you had to take a look at the gold to silver ratio, I really don't know what that ratio is, but we can just quickly figure it out right now. So I can't remember the exact ratio that it's supposed to be between. I think it's somewhere between 13 to 20. So 13 to 20 ounces of silver is supposed to equal 1. I could be corrected. If someone knows the actual measurement, feel free to put it in the chat here. But if we were to simply do a gold divided by silver here, what's the price of gold? Let me figure that out quickly. Where are you, gold? Where are you? Gotta go to my other list here. All right, gold's trading at 33.53. Let me get my calculator out. 33.53 divided by silver's price of 35.61. Yeah, look at that, Billy. 94 to 1. Holy. That's crazy. So a couple things could happen, right? If we were to narrow where that price target, even if we said it needs to trade at a 30 to 1 ratio, gold and silver, we're at 94. So two things can happen. One, silver continues to go parabolic and narrows the gap while gold trades sideways, or gold has a complete fall. Right, but definitely new weekly highs. These are 52-week highs on silver. A stunning breakout. This one, silver looks like it's going to 38 bucks, 39 bucks and change. That's just some weekly chart resistance. But yeah, it's a strong chart for sure. It's a very strong chart. Look at this AI chat GPT at work. I'm sure you're using. I appreciate that, Billy. So 94 to 1 ratios. Ancient times 10 to 1. Ancient civilizations in Egypt and Rome saying 15 to 1. Middle Ages are saying a ratio of gold to silver is 12 to 1. 18th century 15 to 1. 19th century 16 to 1. 20th century 20 to 1. End of the gold standard in 1971, gold by Nixon 30 to 1. GFC financial crisis, investors flee to gold, silver lags. It was an 80 to 1 ratio. The dot-com bubble, it was a 50 to 1 ratio. COVID-19, it was an over 120 to 1 ratio. Wow, I do remember that. 2021 to 2024 was about a 65 to 1 ratio, and now it's a 94. So realistically, if we're looking at all of this data that Billy just posted in the group chat, that would be the second highest ratio that silver has been to gold, lagging behind the COVID 120 to 1 all-time high. That's some good information. That's some really good information. So how I would imagine to place silver now is, again, this is a nice solid 3.4% breakout candle to the upside. If we backtest 35 bucks or 34.90, 35 bucks, I think that is a area to go long some call options into the $38 level, maybe even 39 if you're aggressive. But definitely looks intriguing. Wow. That ratio is actually sky high compared to the majority of history. Very intriguing, Billy. Nice observations. All right, so SPY calls are still hovering in the money. We are just waiting for things. Tesla still no bounce, trading at 296.60, down 10.6% on the session. Tesla is just dragging this market down. Downtown. FSLR up 3.71%. That's breaking out into a high of day. Nice surge and breakout on FSLR. SMCI struggling still. NVDA struggling a touch. Apple still negative. CoreWeave now down 17.5%. My oh my. Did those 150 puts print? And can you believe it? The $100 puts for July 3rd are waking up. Wow, we're halfway there. Just to think, so many people were bulled up on CoreWeave yesterday, and now all that liquidity is just trapped. Boom. Millions and millions of shares. Oh, Anonymous, thank you. 313. Let me take a look at that. 313 on UNH, eh? You know, that's not a bad area. You're still well below that massive gap down. So 313 isn't really bag holding on UNH. I actually think healthcare is going to turn up. So, I mean, if we look at UNH here, healthcare should turn up. Let me remove some of these here. UNH is still extremely oversold on the daily, still extremely oversold on the weekly. Can you retest the double bottom? That's always a chance. But I think that UNH is into some critical level here that it makes a lot of sense for a lot of buyers down here, even for long-term holds to accumulate. I mean, if we simply measure this head and shoulders pattern that triggered, there's realistically two head and shoulders patterns that you need to be mindful of. And the first one triggered there. You can see we completed the measured move and overshot it. And then the second one takes us roughly down. So we've achieved the head and shoulders low on UNH pretty much to the penny. All right. So UNH should still see some buyers step in down here, obviously. Yeah, I see you. I feel you. I feel you. Look at that SPY spike, guys. Nice little breakout there on SPY. Continuation move higher. Our call's now up to $1.20. And I'm still riding more. I'm going to move my stop loss now up to 85 cents, locking in another 33 cents a con. Come on. These contracts are absolutely printing on SPY, guys. Tesla is finally starting to see a bit of an hourly bottoming tail. Tesla might have put in a low pivot on the session. That could be a big boost for the equity markets. Tesla being down 10% is a major liquidity loss to these markets today. So once that starts to firm up, we could see it absolutely fly to the upside, just basically off of a dead cap, oversold technical bounce. Hit that like button and subscribe if you're on YouTube. We've printed profits here in the live day trading room with 2 0 DTE trades that are well over 100% in profit. Look at SPY climbing. Our 595 calls are absolutely flying to the high side. Look at that 4-hour tail candle forming on SPY. What a crazy liquidity sweep. They absolutely spooked people out, created a fake lower low, and Bob's your uncle. And we've got an hour and 24 minutes left in the session. Monstrous, monstrous reversal rally to the upside. I love it. Love this price action. I've been bullish, remaining bullish, calling out bullish trades. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. It should take a bit of a breather here shortly. But the thing about it is Tesla's so oversold that if Tesla continues to rip, SPY's going to rip as well. We're $1.09 in the money on our 595 calls. Whoa, look at that big reversal. Tesla just got smoked to the downside. It gave back everything there. Holy moly. That candle was all because of Tesla. It just absolutely got smoked to the downside. It's getting bopped right back up again. Trying to at least. This is crazy price action, guys. Crazy price action. Let's flip Tesla new low of day. Just getting absolutely annihilated, Tesla. That whole 5-minute candle on SPY, that was pretty much all because of Tesla. It's just melting. It's just absolutely melting. But the volume down here is immense on Tesla. There should be a little bit of reversal dead cap bounce here. If you're wanting to take Tesla short dated calls for a dead cap bouncing to end of day, this is likely the spot. That was crazy. Let's see if Tesla wants to move higher here. Come on. Keep pushing these markets up. I want SPY to tap 596. Twitter saying Elon's black eye the other day was Trump. Yeah. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Can Tesla find a little bit of a local bottom here? It's overshot that gap. It's almost heading to 291. My oh my, this thing is just getting bludgeoned. Tesla's got a massive positive divergence on the 15-minute chart. A very oversold hourly chart. It should have a 15-minute bounce here very shortly, in my opinion. Billy is saying, is Palantir finally cooked? Billy, I actually just sent out a swing trading alert to my members. I entered Palantir, June 20th, 127 calls. So I just entered a Palantir position via the swing trading group. Yep. Now it's risky. I mean, don't get me wrong. PLTR, let's pull up the chart here. PLTR getting absolutely smoked to the downside today, but it's tapping that daily 20 moving average, testing an impulse green bar candle breakout. Could be putting in a potential M top pattern here, but I still am giving Palantir the benefit of the doubt because it's in a roaring uptrend. Markets are still acting okay, even with the crazy volatility ranges that we've had today. Tesla's still weak on the session. Come on, SPY. Get back above this resistance trend line. Notice this resistance trend line that we're hitting on SPY? It connects this pivot low from Monday, June 2nd to this pivot low. Now we're tapping that area right now. Trump tweet to terminate Tesla government contracts. Yikes. That must have been that dip. So we're likely getting close to a bottom. Typically when the news of that nature comes out, it means that we're getting very, very close to a bottom. Often a lot of investors know that news beforehand. My best guess is that a lot of investors in Tesla knew that beforehand and retail just didn't. But we still printed and still printing on our 595 SPY 0DT calls. Let's see if we can get more upside. I still think SPY can retest 597.30 today. It's going to happen on Tesla bottoming out here very soon. Palantir trying to form a little bit of a base. Apple's trying to firm up itself. Darfrez saying if we lose 290, we go into 280 to 278. Yep, that's definitely the next area. That would be a pretty tumultuous fall. I appreciate that news, Anonymous. It's good news. All right, SPY pushing right back up to the high side. Tesla trying to find some buyers. Apple's looking stronger. Man, look at FSLR. Look at that beast. Sarfrez, you called that out yesterday. We entered some call options on FSLR and those are looking nice. So I appreciate that call out. Again, it's when we all scan the market as a collective and bounce ideas off of each other, that's the best way for success. But a nice daily chart breakout there. Another one someone mentioned, was it you again, Surfers, yesterday? Micron. Holy, what a pump on Micron. Crazy. All right, Billy's hitting us with some news here. Thank you, D-Money. Yeah, let's go SPY. We can easily hit 597 again, but Tesla needs to bottom out here. It's weighing down this market. Let me see what you're saying, Billy. Elon donated 277 million to Trump campaign and then Trump cuts EV tax credits. Oof. Yeah. He won't like that. Trump sure knows how to play all sides. So again, I'm keeping a stop loss on the rest of my SPY 595 0DT calls. We've already taken profits. They've been up over 100%. We went long down off this wick here. Calls are in the money. Still looking for a higher move. This consolidation is actually very good for SPY. Tesla's still just melting. Tesla's coming up into this huge 50% Fibonacci zone, 291 on tap. You got a multi-pivot rejection point, consolidation before you broke out. So we should get some sort of a dead cat bounce. You know, maybe Anonymous, you're right for 275 swing, or Sarfra's 280, but in terms of a bounce trade, we should get something here on the 15-minute chart. Even the 5-minute chart, we're just melting and melting and melting. Realistically, what's going to be wow. All right, Tesla's pretty much the most important stock right now in the market. So we're going to see if it can get a bounce here. SPY still holding 595.67. This is an area, a massive technical support area. For Tesla, it's tapping, breaching 292. $291 is on tap there for Tesla. 291 on tap for Tesla. SPY struggling a touch here. 50% retrace has been tagged on Tesla. Is it going to get a bounce at all? It's going to be a ferocious one. Volume trends. Now down 12.22% on Tesla. There comes a green stick. Watch SPY shake and move. If Tesla friggin' bounces here, it should be big. Tesla's trying, SPY's still holding. Come on, Tesla, get your big butt up there. We need SPY to bounce. Stop dragging this market down. Yeah, realistically, if we lose this area, we're into the next gap fill at 284. Wow. So the next gap fill on Tesla daily is 284. Now we have this impulse green bar low on Tesla here at 290. So maybe they want to sweep that liquidity, but look at that bounce. It's starting to come in. Repeat, that bounce is starting to come into play. Let's flip back to the three charts. We're watching SPY and Tesla get a big bid here. We'll flip back SPY to the main chart. We're still holding SPY long. Tesla's just getting sold into at every turn. Mr. Apple still holding above yesterday's prior low. We're approaching power hour. So this is where Tesla could bottom. And if Tesla bottoms and trends and bounces throughout the rest of the day, we're going to have a strong SPY close. SPY could easily, if Tesla has a 2 to 3% bounce here, we could see SPY push for this little parallel channel. You see this channel that we were chopping in for quite a long time on SPY? It could try to push for the upper range of this channel. I'd love to see it. If we pushed up there, our calls would probably be up over 200%. They're currently trading at $1.16. We called out the fill at 52 cents. Anonymous saying, not willing to take the loss on Tesla, will round up to 100 shares, come 275 and sell a covered call and a bounce. I'll be praying. I'll be praying for you. But it's probably a good decision. Still a very weak bounce in SPY. Let's take a quick peek at Bitcoin. Bitcoin recapturing the 103 level. That's trying to firm up. Lucid, some of your high volume name. Lucid's down 4.7. APLD finally reversing from the highs, putting in a potential little topping tail. SPY's trying to melt down. Look at that little reversal on APLD. That's nasty. Xena, look at that reversal tail candle. Xena hit a high all the way up just below $7, around 692. Wow. Still up 41%. BBAI looks weak. Ford struggling below the 7-day. Palantir still struggling, but trying to hold a little bit of that weekly chart 7-week moving average. Tesla's catching a bounce now. Look at this MODV. That one's just been a ridiculous move to the upside. MODV. Hood, bit of a topping tail on Hood. We are holding Hood. We took massive profits. That was our A+ setup on the short side. We went in for a trade twice. Shares once, put options which banked, and were net short via swing trade alert sent to the group. Let's look at Intel, QBTS. That one's looking like it's going through a bit of distribution. SoFi is actually looking relatively strong today. SoFi is trying to firm up here. PL, a beast. NBIS, that one's also a breakout beast. Ticker RIG, RIG, forming a nice bull flag potential breakout on the daily chart. We are up on our call position, which we executed yesterday. Let's look at WTI crude. That's also forming a bit of a bullish flag. Let's look at natural gas as the markets are trying to push here. It's being led by Tesla. Let's quickly take a peek at Tesla because Tesla is trying to bounce. 4-hour chart, hourly chart, 15-minute chart. What has Tesla got in store for us? New weekly lows. That's a wide range. It's prior day lows trading well up over $30 higher. Jeez. SPY's still struggling here. All right, guys, it's power hour. So let's see if there's any tickers you want me to analyze. I'm just going to grab a quick snack, refuel myself, spike my blood sugar level here before power hour. And if there's tickers you want me to review, put them in the chat. I'll be happy to take a peek. Tesla getting smoked again. Wow, look at that. Just relentless selling. Relentless selling. New low of day on Tesla. Wow. That is just getting taken to the woodshed. That is unbelievable. I mean, look at this divergence on the RSI 15. You're actually getting very oversold. You're oversold in the hourly, but daily chart still has room to go lower. 4-hour chart still has room to go lower. But definitely intraday, I mean, they just do not want to bounce this thing just yet. Maybe Elon's selling his own stock. Look at that. That's crazy. Down 13%, the highest volume name by a long shot. Wait till we see how many shares that trades today. By the end of the day. Quite extraordinary. SPY losing some steam here, guys. My stop loss on SPY is at 82 cents a contract. We're currently trading at 91 cents. That would still lock in quite a substantial gain. So just recognize I have a deep in the money stop loss on my SPY 595 0DT calls. A deep in the money. All right, back to 3 charts. We've got SPY, we got Tesla, and we got Bitcoin up on the screen here for you guys. And I'll be right back because power hour is starting. Tesla just keeps melting lower. Therefore, SPY is continuing to go lower. Let's see if we can set up a 0 DTE options trade on SPY. I got stopped out on my runners in profit. So we took them at 52 cents. They went all the way up to $1.20 and higher. Just got stopped out of my runners in profit, looking for another entry into the 595s. So I'm looking for an entry around, if we pierce 594 on SPY, 594 pierce on SPY, I would consider going long again via the 595 0 DTE calls. So I'm thinking if SPY contracts dip into the 60 cents, 595 calls dip into the 60 cents, I would consider buying them for a quick day trade scalp. But we gotta be a quick, has to be a quick move. So keep those on tap. Apple finding some buyers, Tesla trying to bounce on the 1 minute chart. Still no bounce yet for Tesla, just unwavering sell side pressure. NVIDIA is starting to trickle lower, down 1%. Again, so the game plan for SPY, if we pierce 594, I'm going to look to trade some 595 0 DT calls. But just recognize that this could be this is a high risk trade. Size your position for loss. I'm looking for contracts around 60 cents or lower. These will be a 0 DTE play for myself. SPY could dip very quickly into this 594, pierce the 594 zone. Sarper is saying Tesla SSR. Anonymous saying I'm now targeting 272.50 for second Tesla entry and 261 for final. One of the positives for the market is Apple's maintaining above its prior day low. Apple maintaining above its prior day low. Yeah, your buyers. There's absolutely no buy. Well, we're getting a 1 minute reversal right now, but every single time we've had a 1 minute candle, it's just boom, sold into. One SPY to flush into 594. All right, Tesla's trying to firm up, guys. Little 1 minute chart bounce. Tesla's bouncing. That's positive for the market. That's super positive. Tesla, holy. See what I'm saying? That's crazy. These freaking calls are so juiced right now. Yeah, Tesla premiums are high. Wow, Tesla's just getting slapped. Slapped. Tesla June 6th, 295 calls are still priced at $4. That's crazy. A 290 call for tomorrow on Tesla, 580 a con. Should we take it? Should we take a 290 call for tomorrow on Tesla? Or are we getting a 3-bar surge gap down on the daily? Another gap down tomorrow? Maybe we be patient on Tesla. Maybe we wait on Tesla and it gets a gap down tomorrow and that gap down likely gets bought. Don't? Yeah, I know. I'm already down on my commons, so I'm not, and my options on Tesla. So if we get a gap down tomorrow on Tesla, which at this point I'm now hoping for, then I'll probably not full port, but maybe half port something. No, not that much, but I would take a fairly sizable position. So if we get a gap down tomorrow on Tesla, I would be buying with both hands, short dated calls for an epic bounce, adding to common shares. So I'll just wait. Even though I'm enticed to take something here, I'd rather trade SPY. Alright, so SPY 595s are coming down. Are now priced at 62 cents. Again, I am looking at entering a SPY 0 DTE trade here. It'll only be a small contract, probably 1 or 2 contracts. Basically risking. All right, here it comes. SPY, here it comes. 47 cents a contract. I'm piercing 594. I wanted to pierce 594. Come on, SPY. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. High risk trade setup. There we go, guys. It pierced 594. I am long SPY. I am long SPY. 595 call option. It's extreme risk. This is sized for basically zero. It's a 0 DTE play into power hour. I got filled at 40 cents a contract. It is going lower. It is going lower. I'm not going to add to this position. I've just taken 2 contracts for $800. But let's play ball. Again, this is an aggressive high-risk trade sized for 0, but I've taken a SPY. 2 contracts, 595, 0 DT calls. And we'll see if we can get a little bit of a bounce. But Tesla's still bleeding lower. They're getting everything. They're selling off late into the close here. Come on, bounce us. I know there's better fills. You can even get a better fill than me if you're deciding to take it. This is a very speculative trade on the market. All right, there we go. This is a nice little bounce on SPY. Here we go. Come on, keep pressing, keep pressing. Contracts briefly went up there. Again, my average is 40 cents a con. And we're going lower. We just keep bleeding. We just keep bleeding. It does appear they're trying to take this market to a new low of day. And there they go, new low of day. My calls are getting run over. This is why it's a small position relative to my portfolio. More of a speculation trade. New low of day on Tesla breaking 278. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how hard they're crashing Tesla here. Very hard. I am down almost 50% on my SPY 595 2 contracts. Surfer is saying he got in Tesla. There you go. May the gods be with you. Surfer has got in Tesla. He's taken a stab. Look at them just crushing this market. Ho, 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 man. Everything is just getting wrecked. Edward's saying he thinks Tesla will go down to 271. Edward, you bear. I'm just kidding. I can see that. Look at that. You got a nice little level there. Multi-pivots. A pierce of the 618. Wow. Look at that dump in SPY. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is crazy. Next support on SPY is really down here at 591. I did not expect this to be in the cards, but I guess they threw everything out with the bath water. The baby too. It's gone. Absolutely gone. So I'm down 50% on my SPY 595 0 DT calls. That's gnarly, man. This is why 0 DTs are dangerous, because you don't have really any time for them to perk up. Tesla's still getting absolutely slaughtered. Manatee Orange. Hey, hey, hey. Sold nat gas at 380. Target 345. Let's take a quick peek at natural gas. Look at Bitcoin. Look at that dump on BTC. Down to 101796. Getting absolutely trashed on Bitcoin. My oh my. SPY is getting slaughtered. 591 on tap. Tesla trading at 273. They are just selling this thing. Whoa. Fierce extremes. All right, SPY is tapping. 15-minute chart support here. Upsloping trend line has tagged. Manatee sold his nat gas. We executed a short on nat gas with members say going in KOLD. We're up slightly on that position. So I agree with that, Manatee. I agree with that, but still no real bounce yet in SPY. SPY is still getting absolutely bludgeoned. There goes Tesla. Tesla's having a massive bounce all the way back up to 278, but no other participation yet. Anonymous, it'll come down. Yep. Missed Tesla by 70 cents. Bro, oh man, that's brutal. Tesla just got whacked. Still holding that 1-minute reversal candle. Let's see BTC again. BTC getting smoked to the downside. Let's look at NVDA. NVDA getting absolutely thrashed right below prior day low. If you look at Apple, Apple got absolutely dummied and demolished. Still holding above its weekly low. Some news hitting the tape. Musk claims Trump is in Epstein files. Uh-oh. Is this how the two of them are crashing the market? Tariffs didn't work, so now they're just jockeying the news and headlines? Oh my goodness. Thanks for that piece of news there, Edward. Wow. Look at this sell-off. This is absolutely wild. Wild. Will the markets bounce back, or will we keep bleeding? And this is the thing I was telling members. I said, you know, I wasn't expecting the market to dip this much, and be honest with you. However, I did said don't be surprised if there is a chance that we can retest this breakout trend line of this inverse head and shoulders. We had a solid breakout. It's a confirmed breakout. Doesn't mean the markets are finished going higher here. I still think we will move higher. But this is just a grand pullback in the scheme of things. And we are hitting some chart support, but the ultimate downside where you don't want to lose is this neckline of your inverse head and shoulders on SPY. SPY's triggered this hourly chart pattern, so we need to remain above this neckline. And that neckline's a downsloping target, so we could head to 587, 586 in worst case scenario. But we'll see if this is the last little dip in the market before we push higher. I'm still bullish. Manatee saying free fall Friday. I like the ring of that. Or am I just jumping the gun? You know, there's a chance we could have a gap down tomorrow, and I think that that gap down is a very, very, very good risk reward buy. SPY still trying to catch a bid here. Things are just absolutely smoked. Who's trying to scalp Tesla here? Those premiums on Tesla are still so juiced. I was looking at 290 calls for tomorrow, but they're still crazy. SPY 595 calls, trading at 11 cents a contract. Disgusting. Disgusting. CoreWeave down 17.4%. Holy moly. CoreWeave, CRWV, getting smoked. On the daily chart, that is a nasty, nasty retrace into your Fibonacci. Anonymous saying you could buy the 290, sell the 300 calls. Buy the 290, sell the 300. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, could do that. Yeah, that's that could work out for sure. SPY still holding, trying to hold some support here. Let's look at Hood. Look at that reversal in Hood, guys. That's not a clinical topping tail. And we're holding short all the way up at these green zones. 71.44 on tap. Mega reversal. That's a reversal on Hood of 7% from your high wick. Stunning. That is stunning. Tesla's trying to bounce here a little bit. Netflix still holding steady. Costco got absolutely smoked today. Look at that down candle. Big bounce on SPY. See if we can get back to 595. BTC. Let's flip back to BTC. A little bit of a bearish head and shoulders breakdown on BTC. Is SPY going to make a bullish recovery here? Let's look at NVDA. And to simply speak, even though we've had a big sell-off in the markets, you look at NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is still holding above its 7-day moving average. Anonymous saying he didn't get his entry. Uh-oh. Look at the bounce coming into the markets. We are seeing a nice, strong, firm bounce in Tesla from the lows of 273. Almost a $7 bounce so far. Apple's trying to peak up. Really, the bounce in the market is mainly coming from Tesla. You're getting some participation from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to recapture its prior day low. That's a good sign. I'm still down 50% on my 595 0 DTE calls. Imagine these go green. I would even take a break even at this point. It's a small size position in relative to everything. Only 2 contracts on SPY, priced at 40 cents. Basically gambling that money. Nevertheless, Hood printed for us, CoreWeave printed for us, a couple SPY banger trades. Realistically, this 0 DTE is one of the only ones not working out, and anyone that got caught in a Tesla buying long Tesla, which I did, full disclosure, I got caught in this downdraft in Tesla. I was buying into the weekly chart support, and this is why position management is key, because sometimes technical levels fail. But Tesla is trying to form a little bit of a 15-minute bottoming tail. It's a very powerful bottoming tail. Lots of volume in this vicinity. It even blasted through the 291 pivot Tesla. Just shows you how far stocks can overshoot. Even quality names under the right circumstances, can just be pummeled with all this news. But strong bounce. I guess we know why these upside call premiums are so juiced at the lows here from Tesla, because look at that, we've had almost a $10 bounce on Tesla. SPY's still just struggling. NVDA is still struggling. Tesla down at 15% still on the session with a strong bounce. Yeah, even with the market, Netflix is still green. I know. Market dumping, Netflix still green. Netflix is a monster. It's a powerhouse. And I think one of the reasons why Netflix still has some more room to go. Oh shoot, it actually touched that today. I didn't even see that. Actually, Netflix has fulfilled my upside target today. Kissing that trend line. Again, I think we will see a rotation out of some stocks. Maybe Netflix makes a push through it tomorrow if we get a positive day. A 3-bar surge, piercing resistance. Look at the move on Tesla. 284 on tap. Holy. Netflix and Action have had, yeah. We talked about that yesterday, right? Wow, I should have entered those June 6 calls for Tesla. We're looking at those 290s and oh my goodness, look at them. Where are those at now? Probably friggin' ridiculous. Now this is why there's so much premium priced into Tesla, because look at the bounce it just had, right? 290 calls on Tesla. I was looking at them, they were $4 like 5 minutes ago. Now they're 635. Holy, that's insane. That's insane. You gotta love this market. Still have 28 minutes left of power hour. 28 minutes left of power hour. The question is, can Tesla hold on to any sort of gains here? Or is it just going to trickle right back down to the low side? That was a trader's dream, that bounce off of the lows to the highs in a multi-billion-dollar stock. Just bounced 4.84%. What's Tesla's market cap now? It's probably under $1 trillion after today. Let's see. 910.89 billion. Average 30-day volume on Tesla, 111.94 million shares. We've doubled that today, and then some. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Pretty bearish close for Apple at this point, if it doesn't firm up. I just sent out another alert on SMCI. SMCI backtesting its 20-day moving average, backtesting its little breakout trend line. I still think semiconductors can see higher price. You're taking a nice little breather in the SOXX right at the high pivot top end of the range. Markets are technically still okay, even if you look at the Qs. Qs simply just backtested the 7-day moving average today. Dips in the market should be welcomed, in my opinion. I still remain bullish. I still think we're going to new all-time highs within 4 to 6 weeks, if not sooner. SPY is trying to retest 594. Let's see if we can get a break above. Our 595 0DT calls are starting to come back to life. I was pretty much down 70%. Again, this is a gamble trade that I'm willing for it to go to zero. Still down 8 cents per contract. But we are peaking up here. We are peaking up in force. Let's look at the IWM. Look at that spike here, guys. Our contracts are now green on SPY. 595 calls. We're up 6 cents a con. Boom, even more now. Look at this. 14 cents a con. Let's get it. Spike it. Come on. Get 595 calls in the money. Let's go. Wow. All right, guys. That was a nice little spike there. Tesla ripping. Apple still really struggling. It needs to firm up here. See if Apple can get above prior day low. Crazy volatility today, guys. Crazy volatility. If you caught those 595 calls with us, I had a horrific entry. But the markets were so oversold with a name like Tesla being so drastically beaten down that it just firmed up, and our 595 calls are about to print in the money. We're up 25 cents a contract here. Come on. I'll be looking to exit these very shortly. Trimming a few. I just trimmed one contract right here. And I have one contract. I'll move my stop loss to break even at 40 cents a con. Let's see if we can get the last contract in the money. See if we can get the last contract in the money. But hey, what looked to be a pretty grim and bleak trade turned around for us. And this is when you size something for loss and you recognize at the start of the trade you can lose X amount of profit or X amount of dollars on a trade. You can just sit through the pain. And we sat through basically a 60-70% drawdown from where we entered, and we still netted 25 cents on the first contract, and we're likely set for a potential double. These contracts could easily get to 80 cents, and that would be another 100% trade. I see you too there, JP. Nice job on your entries. Really nice job on your entries. Tesla, nice job off of the lows. I know Sarfrez got in quite well. A few of you also got in. Beautiful little trades. SPY pulling back here. I just got stopped out of my SPY contracts there at break even. My 0DTs, so we pulled 25 cents on the first contract profit, and break even on the other. Do I think we can still rally into the end of the session? Sure, but we can just as well fall. Let's see where the market wants to close from here. I'm not really looking into getting into anything else. So this is a good time for questions, charts. Anyone curious about any positions? Anonymous saying he got greedy with his limit. But beautiful trading today, guys. We caught quite a few impressive trades. JP saying, how can I hedge my 600 calls, SPY calls? What expiration again? You have July? Is it July 11th or 3rd? What are you? July 11th, that's right. I recall. I don't think you need to hedge those. July 11th, you could hedge them. The risk with SPY here is flushing down to, I would say, 587, 586. So you're in July 11th. Let me just look at, hedges are, it's tough. I do believe in hedges, but simultaneously, when I enter a trade, I like to go on one side of the trade because I have conviction with it, and that's what the probabilities dictate. So this is the thing, right? When you're entering a trade, you're entering a trade based off of probabilities, or at least I do. So when I have the probabilities in favor, say a 60-40 or 70-30, if I hedge that, I'm now taking away the probabilities and I'm giving that to the market. I understand hedging, but a lot of times I don't like to do it. I like to sometimes hedge with a pairs trade where, say, you go long the Qs, short Netflix, right? Or long Apple, short Nvidia, right? I like to hedge that way. But let me just look. I'll mention a hedge that you could take, and it would probably be something in and around the, just looking at the period here. So you're in the July 11th, so you could look for, if I would imagine that if we were to retest 586, 587 on SPY, it would either happen tomorrow or early next week. So you would be looking at June 10th, June 11th put options on SPY to hedge. So let's just say June 11th, 587 put. Right now that's what? Trading around 250 a con, 232 a con. So you could do something of that nature, hedging with some short dated puts. So it does look like they could potentially sell Tesla into the close. We had a strong bounce, but Tesla's looking weak again on the 5-minute chart. The 1-minute chart as well. It's looking quite weak. Yep. I still like SMCI calls, a good deal. I did enter a trade alert for SMCI. We're building into an SMCI call position. I'm building into the $47 calls. For July 18th. That's what I've been taking. I like them a lot. Another ticker that's set to fly is First Solar, FSLR. That is absolutely doing stunningly well today. Phenomenally well. Hershey's doing well today, defensive play. GME just hanging out at the 20-day simple moving average. Let's see GME. Yep, you're right. GME looks cooked though. That looks like it's going lower. Hanging out at that moving average, but you're also about to get a bearish crossover of the 7 and 20. So I really don't like GME at this particular level. That 7-day moving average looks like it's sloping down fiercely. Tesla perking back up again. So if you look at GME's daily chart, that 7-day is bearing down hard. This is probably going to break this little bearish flag pattern. Does look pretty vulnerable, GME, in my opinion. I don't even know where I'd buy this, to be honest. I'd have to do some work on it. You can see GME's trying to break this little trend. So it's already broken that trend. You're waiting for a confirmed breakdown. Yeah, they'll probably drop it on earnings, you're right. I think so. See, GME is almost a similar setup to Bitcoin. You look at that bearish crossover that happened on Bitcoin's daily of the 7 and 20 right off of a bear flag, boom, breaking down. And why has GME been so hyped lately? Because they're adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet. Well, what is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's breaking down. So what should GME likely do? Also break down if Bitcoin remains weak. So that's just my 2 cents. Hopefully that helps. $12 minutes left in the market here. Are we going to get a late day push or a late day bump? With the volatility today, I don't think we're going to stay range bound for the last 10 minutes. We're either going to get a late day pump or a late day dump. Oh, which way do you guys think we're going to go? The trend is lower highs, lower lows on the session, so it's down. Trend is clearly down on SPY. So odds are we probably get a dump. But then again, Tesla's holding off of the lows. It only put in a 15-minute bottoming tail, so it's not really all that powerful. NVIDIA holding above prior day low. Apple below prior day low. Meta well above prior day low. Google well above its prior day low. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon well above its prior day low, so there's definitely some relative strength in certain mega cap names. If I just pull that up on the main chart for you, I'll go through these mega caps just to see what we're seeing. JP saying they'll dump after 4. Could be. There's a dump there on SPY 1 minute. So we're just going to quickly run through some of these mega caps. Starting off with Apple, relatively weak, trading below its prior day low of 202.10. Microsoft, exceptionally strong, trading above its prior day and prior day high, so well above its prior day high and prior day low. Microsoft looks like it's going to make a push for 472, 473. That's on tap. SPY is coming down here. You look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is hovering right above its prior day low. Tesla obviously getting shellacked down well below its prior day low. Amazon holding some bullish structure above its prior day high. That's a good sign. Well above its prior day low. That's even a better sign. Amazon's looking like a very, very bullish chart. Surprisingly, even with the weakness in Tesla, being the fact that Amazon's part of the same sector as Tesla, XOY ETF, Amazon's still trying to buck the trend and hold steady. A large portion of that is probably monies coming out of Tesla flowing into Amazon, since they are based in the same spider sector. Meta holding below its prior day high, but well above its prior day low. That's also technically bullish. Google holding above its prior day high, but also below, well above its prior day high and prior day low. So that's really good. You know, I've been looking at Google and I've been monitoring it, and I really think that Google could potentially make a push for 172. That could even happen tomorrow. So I was tempted to take call options on Google today. I'm glad I didn't. But Google's one that is holding relatively well above its prior day high and low, that if we get a gap down tomorrow in the markets, this will be one that I probably look to enter on the long side. So just keep your eye on Google, because it's, even with the markets under a bit of pressure today, Q's down 0.7, SPY down 0.47, Google's still holding well. Very interesting. So SPY dumping here late into the close. Minor dump into the close. If we look at the SPY chart, it is under pressure. Tesla, that's still trying to climb slightly, trying to get a potential bullish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. Still in a very hard downtrend. NVIDIA is a culprit for why the markets are selling off from SPY, getting a nice hard reversal down. Look at SOX, that's seeing a hard reversal down. You look at Apple, Apple also breaking down. Apple is hitting some hourly chart support. Let's adjust this trend line so we can clearly see the level it's tagging. Right there. We'll see if Apple wants to maintain price structure or if it's going to decide to dump here. Odds are it's at support off of a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive hours of selling. Odds are it does hold, but there is this little channel that I'm watching on Apple. And you can see we're testing that lower boundary channel right now. So if we break down here, realistically speaking, Apple's next support from this wedge pattern really comes into this vicinity, this 195 zone. So Apple's at a pretty key point here for the market. It needs to maintain this zone or it runs the risk of falling a little bit lower. So let's see if it can maintain structure here. SPY still dripping here late into the close. Trading at 592.67. Drip, drip. This is where the heavy volume comes into the market. Will we see a dip? Will we see a rip? SPY's still weak. Apple's trying to maintain and hold this key support zone. Question is it enough? Why will it hold? This is where Apple previously had its little bull flag pattern back from Monday, retesting those simple lows. JP saying SPY is heavy puts. Tesla down 13.6, but definitely off of its lows. We have a final 4 minutes. Final 4 minutes. Apple's holding. SPY's trying to bounce. If there's any final tickers you guys want to take a peek at, let me know now. I will be ending the stream at 4 o'clock and we'll resume trading tomorrow. But it's been a successful day for us. I hope you all have netted some sort of a profitable trade. Our pre-market plan worked out perfectly with Robinhood. That was our main short of the day. Ticker HOOD was our primary short play of the day. And just look at that ferocious sell side program. 1, 2, 3, 4 hours of downside on the hood. Excellent trading there. Apple's still maintaining this channel. Let's take a quick peek at Tesla. Where's Tesla closing? Whoops, Tesla. Tesla's still trying to bounce off of these lows. You can see it shattered that gap fill in the daily. Absolutely bludgeoned it. Almost wicked right to the 618 Fibonacci zone. But there's a lot of damage in Tesla. Quite a bit of damage. Anonymous, I think we need to discuss implications of a DJT Elon breakdown. Elon holding Twitter is important. He could undermine Trump now. I don't see that being as bullish for markets. My take, Anonymous, we can discuss this further tomorrow. That's for sure. It's creating a lot of market volatility, which I like. I just think that the markets have gotten immune, right? The markets like to climb the wall of worry. You know, you throw the factor of Tesla going into the LiDAR technology because of the recent death, right? You throw this Elon Musk and Trump fighting. It's kind of a perfect storm, but the markets get used to headlines and they get used to a certain narrative. They climb the wall of worry. We've seen tariff news dissipate. The tariff, this tariff, that tariff rule, it's getting old for the market. The market's not really fazed by tariff news anymore because realistically speaking, there hasn't been any deals and the deadlines keep getting delayed. So I think that they've created a little bit of a master plan to shake a lot of people out of their longs, get a lot of people on the short side, buying up volatility slightly. And I honestly believe that people are going to try to short this market. They're going to get run over in the next few weeks because I do anticipate SPY, even though we're going through a bit of consolidation and we could still backtest, 586. I still think SPY is going to push to new all-time highs by the end of the year. And I think SPY could be all the way at 625 within 2 to 3 months, maybe sooner. And then my ultimate upside target is 660 by the year end. By year end. And remember, this is where quarter 2 ends. So quarter 2 portfolio statements will be coming out at the end of the month. And people need to show that they went net long this market after they've completely sold the bottom of this tariff rally. So I think this is just a little bit of a shake-up, a ploy. It's a very smart marketing and news-based ploy by Trump. I still think they're goody-goody behind closed doors. They're just trying to shake up the media. The Republicans are trying to shake up the Democrats. And that's the market session, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Great trading today. Thank you for all the call outs yet again. Let's see how tomorrow opens up. If we get a gap down tomorrow, if we get a gap down on Tesla, I'll be buying. If we get a gap down on the markets tomorrow, I'll likely also be buying. So please be vigilant of headlines. Typically, the news headlines don't last. And we've still had great earnings across the board from a variety of the mega caps. So I do think that these markets can still keep trending, even though we had a pretty harsh down day. You realistically look at it, there's still pockets of strength. You look at the IWM. Why didn't the IWM sell off sharply today? It still held green despite weakness in the S&P and the Qs. And you look at where the weakness came from, mainly from Tesla. If Tesla wasn't down this much, we would probably be charging to 600 on SPY. But again, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Take care, everybody.